Well,
Suck it, Skype.
that's right.
Bullshit, Snapple.
Fuck your update. um. All right, guys. So I'm just getting ready. Just need a minute. How was everybody's week?
Great.
Quite
Nice.
well.
Meh.
Well, you hang in there, Scott.
It's about to get better.
I haven't had a day off in 2 weeks.
Oh my gosh.
I even worked this morning.
You worked this morning?
Yep.
It's time to go on strike, man.
Yeah.
All right. So real quick, I need to get a list of the languages your characters speak because it's about to become very relevant, I think. So go ahead and Skype me vis-a-vis one-on-one and just give me a list of languages your character speaks. I'd really appreciate that.
Can we just type you all of them?
Yeah, as many as you speak.
No, I mean all of them.
Oh. No.
I speak them all.
Bullshit, Daniel. You don't speak Draconic.
What? I so do.
If he speaks that, I want Elven.
And also, Skype me your current humanity. I've not yet updated my records, and some of you guys have dipped below the threshold.
Somebody, wait, what?
And never do you mind.
Well, you missed it, so you fucked.
I'm doing Skype on my phone, so if I have to like Skype you something, it might take me an extra couple
Oh,
seconds
no
because I have
problem.
to type it on my phone. So.
Unacceptable.
All right. Excellent. So, I think we're all updated on my records. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm ready to get into this thing if you guys are.
Yep.
All right.
Let
I'm
me
gonna
grab
do.
a quick drink.
Oh, okay. It's always something, isn't it? I'm totally,
Sorry.
dude. I'm totally ripping on you. It's okay. I've got my drink here. Is everybody excited to be on their own? Back in the saddle again.
Pretty scary.
That's right.
All right.
I hope it turns out that I can't talk to anybody because of my language barriers. As
Well,
it,
it doesn't
We'll
look
do
good
all
for
the
you.
talking.
Yeah, I'm not. I won't like. I won't tell you anything, obviously, but it doesn't look good.
as it turns out, I will no longer be speaking for the rest of the campaign.
Which is such a tragedy because you're like this big social character. Use your
But
words, Valentino.
No one understands me.
I know you always take the lead. Who's gonna take the lead now?
I will.
Yeah.
You're not much better, Gehrman. Draconic isn't spoken in Hungary.
It might be.
Well, technically, you're in Romania.
I'm gonna bond so well with that one D&D nerd.
All right. So we're going to get into this. And before we open up the scene, I'm going to do a recap of our last session. Just a rough overview because it's been a little while since we played.
Okay.
So it's going. Last time when we left off, the newly embraced Cainites had been released from the stewardship of Lord Hardestat and his founders, as they called themselves. Of course, they had been abducted from the manse of Claudius Giovanni after his horrific and monstrous dinner took place and transformed them into the creatures they are now. They find themselves with a plethora of new things as they are unleashed upon the night and thrust upon this new condition. A new thirst that has come over them that has been slaked, at least for the time being, by the casks which are fit to bursting deep beneath the castle where Lord Hardestat had held them for a time. And of course, they were only released on the condition that they bring to justice and bring to light the treacheries being currently planned by their erstwhile sires. Of course, Lord Hardestat required that our Cainites spy on them and discover the details of their plot and report back to him. Of course, if they could isolate one or two of these anathema and destroy them, then all the better. And that ultimately, none of them would be forgiven for their existence so long as their sires lived. Apparently, their embrace was something not sanctioned by the elders. A thing that was not supposed to happen, and yet it did. And now, as these four young vampires wander the road and grapple with the vagaries of their new condition, we open our scene on the road, just on the northern side of the Mortisul River, as they walk east towards the town of Balgraad. For it's said that the Inn of the Lion is there within its walls, a refuge of some sort for the conspiracy of Isaac. Of course, they've been driven from Lord Claudius's manor, and Lord Hardestat's spies said that they would be seeking refuge within, and that is where they would find them. They were provided with evidence that they had overcome Lord Hardestat's ghoul and traitor to Lord Claudius, Giovanni Rodrigo. They were given his severed arm. Of course, he was able to regrow that arm through the unholy power of his master's blood, much to their amazement, and yet they do carry that severed arm, a bloody, wet stump, which I believe is being carried by Guerman de Gascoigne. And as we open our scene, we're going to look in on this dark and shadowy road as the moon filters down and we see the silver light illuminate these four figures in their traveling cloaks and their new clothes that were provided to them, for of course they're wearing something along the lines of a merchant station, many of them dressing down, much more accustomed to greater finery. Currently, we see Diego Vasquez de Sevilla in the throes of some kind of rapture, a fascination that has overcome him, and it has been for the last couple hours as you've been wandering on the road towards Balgraad. And we're going to just go around and as the camera pans to each character, and we're going to see where they are and if they've chosen to hang back or take point, and if they're talking to anyone. As the camera's going to pan first to Guerman.
Guerman is has struck in the pace, and he's further along up the road than the rest of the people. Maybe about 10 feet ahead of them. Guerman he seems alert, ever watchful of the road and tracks and any sort of sign of people, of spies off in the distance. There are often clues, small rabbit trails leading from the main road that he's keeping an eye out for.
And as we move away from Guerman, we move towards Valentino de Valle.
Valentino, after seeing that Diego is somewhat distracted, has kind of left the company and walked up. So he's walking alongside Guerman. I think not all of us are going to be very useful on this mission. Some of us are very easily distracted.
Guerman looks back at Diego Vasquez, who is still marveled by the stars. Yes, it would seem so.
And as you do, the camera does pan towards Diego, and I believe Julieta as well, who is escorting him along the road.
Well, in his mind, Diego is somewhere else. He's observing the beauty of the creator.
And as we look at Diego, go ahead and make a self-control roll, Scott. Difficulty is going to be 6 now. All right, I'll relay the results of that roll. And of course, guys, remember to switch over to your characters My bad. I forgot to mention that once more.
Diego blinks a couple times and actually looks over at you now, Julieta.
Julieta has been quiet as they've been walking along the dirt road, and she's actually been keeping a close eye on Gehrman up ahead and where he's walking and kind of what he's doing. She's just kind of keeping a close eye on him, but eventually her eyes would slowly glance back over to her companion, Diego, and a small smile would pass her lips as she looks over him. Oh, you're awake, Diego?
Awake, yes. Where are we?
We are traveling on some godforsaken road, she says kind of sarcastically, looking up ahead over at Gehrman and Valentino once more.
I think I was briefly distracted.
I think you were too, just a little bit.
So what do you think of those two?
She kind of pauses a moment and takes in the two of them as they're kind of, several feet away up ahead, and she looks back to Diego after a moment. I do not know if I trust the priest.
I do not know if I trust Valentino.
She smiles. And why is that?
He seems all too eager to angle for power.
Well, it seems the clan he was embraced into is all about power.
Then almost by accident he's been chosen correctly.
And as you say that, Diego, the camera's going to pan away from Julieta and Diego and move towards Valentino, who finds himself caught between his companions, caught between walking with Gehrman and also falling back to walk with Julieta and Diego. And the camera's going to focus on him, see what he does, or if he maintains his own company.
For the moment, Valentino continues to at least attempt to walk beside Gehrman. He may not even notice that Diego has once again regained himself. So for now, he's keeping Gehrman's company.
Gehrman, you hear footsteps as Valentino he picks up the pace to join you.
Gehrman looks to where he hears the footsteps to see Valentino rush to his side, and then he'll look away and continue his alertness on the road and what's ahead of him.
I hope you intend to hide that once we make it to Balgraad. Kind of mentioning or gesturing towards the arm.
Cameron laughs as he kind of kicks back his head and his hair is flowing back. You nobles, so caught up in your manners and your hidden carriages, you've forgotten what the world has become. You would know that this, as he holds up the arm, is not an uncommon occurrence.
Well, why don't you let me do the talking once we get to the perimeter? they might be more receptive to a group of traitors than a man carrying an arm.
As you wish, my lord. And he kind of spits the words, my lord, as he looks away from Valentino, and continues looking after the road.
Gehrman, Valentino, around that time, the both of you go ahead and make wits alertness rolls. All right, relaying the results of those rolls. And it happens almost simultaneously for the two of you.
Alright, I'm gonna grab Gehrman by the shoulder and pull him back to an abrupt stop.
Gehrman is going to shrug him and kind of grab his arm to the side just to ever slightly and whisper to him, "Keep pace. Do not let them know that you have spotted them." And he'll begin to very slowly ease his pace to allow himself to fall back towards Diego and Julieta.
Diego, Julieta, the camera moves back to you as you, assuming you keep your pace, you find yourself meeting Gehrman and Valentino once again, united as a group on this road. You notice that they've slowed.
Gehrman is still looking completely forward, keeping his peripheral on the tree line. He'll move in closely to Julieta's side. There is an ambush by that tree over there. Do not look. I hope there is some fighting skill between you two.
Julieta, as she sees Gehrman and Valentino kind of slowing their pace and matching her and Diego's, she immediately lifts a brow and kind of her posture becomes a little bit more upright, and eventually her gaze will wander over to Gehrman as he walks beside her, and she kind of hones in, tilting her head slightly as he whispers to her, and it's loud enough where I'm assuming Diego can hear as well. So she kind of looks over to Diego, expectingly to see what he says.
I have never once lifted my hand in anger. I can't use a sword? He looks rather panicked.
Gehrman smiles at this. Good, because we don't have a sword.
I'm glad you can have a sense of humor about this.
As your group advances, you know that in a few moments you will be upon the point of ambush.
Gehrman is going to keep his pace up until they are directly from the road next to the tree, and then he's going to sprint almost as hard as he can straight towards the ambushers to catch them unawares.
Julieta is tightening her grip on Diego's arm now at this point. She's also probably just as alarmed as he is.
Valentino keeps walking straight ahead, occasionally glancing over to see what Gehrman will do.
What is Diego doing?
Diego tries to keep his eyes forward, but he's thinking to himself, we're supposed to die at the hands of our creators, not at the hands of highwaymen.
And as the camera pulls away and we see the group as a whole and we see the terrain, I'd like to paint in your mind's eye where you're currently at. You're on a craggy mountain road. Actually, there's a sheer drop towards the Morasul River to your right, and of course, there's no barrier. There's no kind of protection keeping a traveler from 100-foot, perhaps 150-foot plunge down to the rushing black waters beneath. And of course, there's like a scraggly thicket of some miles of forest before you actually reach the slopes of the mountain to your left, which towers sharply upward. And it is this cover that you've spotted these ambushers remaining within. And as you sprint forward, Gehrman, they leap from the shadows of the tree line. You see... oh, excuse me, my throat. You see immediately that there were more than you initially had seen. And there were actually 6 of them. You think you see 6 as you sprint forward, and they leap from the shadows, and you see that they're bearded, grizzled men, very large and brawny and dressed in filthy rags. And they're wielding swords. A couple of them are carrying spears. And immediately they shout, Alvania Salit, as they point their swords at you, saying something in some foreign language that none of you understand. And as they advance and immediately set upon you, everyone go ahead and make your initiative rolls, because you were not actually surprised. You were ready for this. And as a reminder to everyone, your initiative rolls are your wits and alertness plus any dot. It's like 1d10 plus your wits, alertness, celerity. So if I've got wits 3, alertness 2, celerity 1, that is 1d10 plus 6.
I think I did that wrong.
Yeah, you type /roll 1d10. And then plus whatever. Okay, Julieta, Valentino, you tied perfectly. You guys go ahead and roll 1d10 one more time, just without the plus. Okay, Valentino will go before you, Julieta. One moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that pause. We're back, and as let's see, as the brigands sprint forward, the first one charges at the nearest traveler, which is of course Gehrman Gehrman and Valentino, and he sets upon Gehrman with a swing from his sword.
Gammon's going to attempt to dodge.
All right.
Wow. Go him.
Go ahead and roll your dodge.
And that is... What's the roll for dodge?
Dexterity athletics. Difficulty 6 always, because it's contested. All right, so that is actually a miss because ties go to the defender, but barely. Gehrman, go ahead and describe your reaction to this savage flurry of swings.
As the band sets upon him, he's still shocked and stunned for but a moment at how many there actually were, but he was able to look up in just the nick of time to be able to just sidestep out of the way as it brushes his clothing as it misses him.
All right, we go now to Julieta, or no, Valentino. Yeah, Valentino's gonna go first. Valentino, you see your companion Gehrman being set upon by the nearest brigand. He's just in a flash. There's a flurry of blows, and Gehrman is pivoting and sticking and moving.
Am I going to know what the slower people are going to do first?
Yes. The brigands are... It appears as though they're just going to do a straightforward attack, although you see 3 of them are going to try and rush past you to get to Julieta and Diego.
Okay. I'm gonna try and position myself behind this brigand that has set upon Gehrman, so I can help from behind. Can I do that in one turn and then do something?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll get behind him and I'm gonna try and bring my arms up behind him to try and restrain him.
All right, so that's a grapple. Go ahead and roll your strength brawl. Difficulty's going to be 6 or 5 since you're taking him from behind. All right. As you go to grab the man, where do you go to grab him?
So kind of like a hug from behind, one arm under each armpit to try and like grab him and restrain him. That's
In his flailing, the minute your arms come around him from underneath his armpits, his elbow snaps back almost instinctively and catches you clean across the face. It would have definitely bruised your jaw before all of this happened to you and would have definitely injured you. But for some reason the blow doesn't actually hurt. It just sends you staggering back a bit away from him. The camera's going to focus on Valentino as he's just checked across the face. What do you do?
Kind of backs up and tries to stabilize himself, trying to get back in a position where he can help again.
Julieta, you see this melee just exploded, just directly in front of you, where Gehrman and Valentino are now fighting, and you see the brigands rushing towards you.
She kind of gasps, and immediately she kind of lets go, of Diego's arm, and she takes a few quick steps back, kind of just bracing herself for whoever's going to come up to her.
Okay, so you're going to hold your action?
Yeah, she's petrified.
All right, let me know at any time if you want to act. So we move now to the next brigand, who is armed with a spear. He's actually going to circle around and flank Valentino as Valentino tries to grapple his friend. Valentino, you see out of your periphery this guy come in with a long, jagged spear just at the last moment as he takes a thrust at your ribs.
Do my best to try and dodge this attack.
Okay, well, you've already took your action this round. Do you have any celerity dots to give yourself more actions?
I do not.
Okay. Well, then, as you stagger back and you get caught in the face, you just can't react in time.
Okay. He kind of like grimaces and winces, knowing that he's not going to be able to react to this attack incoming. He kind of braces himself mentally.
All right, that's a hit.
Okay.
As he jams the spear up into your ribs, you feel the edge of the spear scrape bone as he jams it and he tries to push it deeper up into the cavity of your body. You can go ahead and roll that 10 again. All right, Valentino, you take 2 lethal. A blow that would have absolutely killed or crippled an ordinary man. You manage to, your undead flesh doesn't yield very easily to that spear, and it doesn't go in quite as much as it would have otherwise. Pain lances through your side, and the slow seep of your vitae begins to ebb from the wound.
He reaches down where the wound is, simultaneously amazed that he's not dead, but very shocked at having actually been struck for the first time ever in his life, and such a serious blow to him is just surprising and shocking.
Okay, Valentino, you are hurt. You are at a -1 to all your dice pools. We're going to switch now to the next brigand, who comes charging, howling something in a foreign language, something in maybe Hungarian or Romanian, you're not sure, but he throws himself at Gehrman as Gehrman flashes and moves, dodging side to side from the blows of those swords. And as Valentino grabbed the sword-wielding man and tried to pull him off, this next brigand comes out of nowhere with a sword of his own and sets into Gehrman as well, swinging his blade at you. All right, Gehrman, you are struck. Go ahead and roll your soap. The blade cleaves you across your shoulder, parting that flimsy merchant homespun linen cloth that you were wearing. But as it cleaves down your side and opens a wound just for a split second, what happens, Gehrman, as we see his undead flesh struck?
Garamond's shoulder immediately just starts to fold in on itself and just knits itself together, as if the sword had never even touched him. He looks down at his shoulder, having received the blow, and is still a bit shocked as to see, what has happened.
And we move now to Garamond.
Garamond is going to attempt to grapple the man's sword arm, and he's gonna attempt to wrest the sword away from him.
All right. So you're gonna make a grab for his sword.
Yes.
All right. That is gonna be a dexterity brawl to get your hand on his sword.
Okay.
And he's gonna use dexterity melee to try and yank his sword away from you. Or not out of, not away from you, but out of your grip. Actually, no. Go ahead and roll your dexterity brawl. I'm going to say the difficulty's 8 though, because he won't get a roll to resist because he doesn't expect it.
Oh, okay.
So his sword is basically flashing and moving, so the difficulty is going to be much higher for you to make a grab for it.
Cool.
All right, that's a miss. As you go to grab for it, Garamond, his sword is just flashing and swinging too fast, and you almost get your hand on it, but he manages to yank it out of your grip. And however, as you went to, actually, you used celerity during that action, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so because you used celerity, I completely forgot about that. You weren't moving at normal speed. The difficulty is actually going to be 4. Because you're moving so fast, his sword seemed to slow down as soon as you sped up. So you actually got 3 successes on that. Go ahead and describe that for us as Garamond uses his unnatural speed.
Okay. In the heat of the moment, Garamond knows that he's without a weapon and that he's at a serious disadvantage against these brigands. So he looks to the sword and he's going to grapple it. He's done this on the battlefield before, but his supernatural body sort of takes over and assists him in a way that he was not expecting. Things seem to slow down. Everything just was in slow motion, and his ability to grab the man's arm and wrest the sword away from him was something he's never experienced before.
All right, go ahead and make a successful strength brawl roll against his strength brawl to yank it away. You got your hand on it, and he's fighting for control of it.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You easily pluck it out of his hand. Describe that.
As he's got a hold of it, he wraps his fingers around the man's hand just below where the hilt is, and then he rips it away. And he sees the man's trying to resist, but I mean, it feels like he didn't even try. He just let his sword go.
And as you snatch the sword out of his hand, he's completely in awe. Not only did he fail to hurt you, but you just moved so quickly and you snatched his sword. We move now to the other 3 brigands who are just rushing past Garamond and Valentino, where they're fighting, where Valentino is speared in the side as one of the brigands rushes towards where Julieta is frozen and goes to take a swing at her as well. Does Julietta react to this swing, or does she stand there? Because you still have your action.
Yes, she's going to try and dodge.
Okay, that's going to be Dexterity Athletics, difficulty 6. Oh, not good for him. So he botched, and your dodge was so perfect, I'll actually give you an action against him. Whatever you want to do to him.
Well, when she dodges him, immediately she's going to kind of turn back and I guess take her foot and try and kick him to the ground.
All right, go ahead and make a Dexterity Brawl roll. You only need one success to hit him. You roll that 10 again. All right, roll your strength +1 for damage. And the damage will be bashing.
Okay, do I do damage
Yep.
dice for that?
Soak damage. So you feel the impact of your foot crack. Where did you hit him?
The middle of the back.
And as your foot hits into the middle of his back, you don't feel you've done any significant damage to him. You bruised him perhaps, but more importantly, you've sent him sprawling into the dirt, into the road, and with a crash and a curse you don't understand, he collapses into the ground just in time for another brigand to come up behind you and to grab you around the middle as you feel arms wrapping around you from behind to try and grapple you.
Is it still me?
Yep, these arms are grabbing for you, so you can make a strength brawl roll to try and resist.
Okay.
But remember, guys, you still have your blood points per round, and you can expend those. You can spend those instinctively.
His arms to try and get away.
Okay, you roll at 10 again. You put up a good fight, but unfortunately, his arms are just so strong, and cold though your body is, you claw at his hairy, thick arms, which are muscled like the trunks of trees, and he yanks you up into the air. Your back to his chest and his arms wrapped around your waist as you scream. As another brigand sprints towards where Diego is standing nearby, as this flurry of activity took place within just a couple seconds, as this brigand comes up brandishing his spear at you, Diego.
Diego will attempt to dodge out of his way.
All right, he goes to give a thrust of his spear at you. All right, go ahead and roll your dexterity athletics. All right, that's a complete dodge. It's a narrow miss, but you managed to dodge out of his way. What happens?
So Diego, just like he did in the castle, moves with a speed that no human could match. The spear comes towards him, and suddenly he's not there, but 3 steps to the side, looking at this brigand with a look of absolute murder in his eyes.
And it is now your go.
He pulls back his head, and his face takes on a horrid transformation. He becomes a creature out of nightmares as he hisses at this being who dares to strike him. And I will be activating Dread Gaze on him.
All right. Go ahead and roll that Dread Gaze.
And I can spend a willpower on that, right? On
Yes.
this one, I'm not sure. Okay, I will spend a willpower on that as well.
All right, the difficulty is going to be 5.
Okay.
All right, roll that 10 again. Uno más, por favor.
Oh my god.
The effect as Diego hisses as he bares his fangs and his eyes flash and he appears to be he becomes for a moment the beast that is inside him as he becomes a complete monstrous creature, and yet nothing appears to change physically. This is not a physical transformation we're talking about, but it is his fangs and his eyes and his glare. The man looks as though he was struck across the face as he immediately collapses to the ground next to his fallen comrade, who is even now struggling to get back to his feet. And he appears frozen with fright. And as he lays there upon the ground looking up at you, Diego, you immediately see locks of his hair turn white as he looks up at you in abject terror. He just drops his spear and his shaking hands held up in some futile defense against you. We end the round as we go back towards the brigand, which had been swinging his sword at Gehrman and was, Valentino tried to grapple him, but he smashed his way out of that. And as he sees a sword, Gehrman, from his comrade, he takes the opportunity to try and attack you from your flank while you're distracted. All right, wow, that is a massive hit, Gehrman. Go ahead and roll your soak if you're not going to attempt to dodge. You can attempt to dodge if you use celerity.
Could I use a multi-action?
Yes, you can use multi-action.
Okay, I will attempt to dodge with a multi-action.
Okay, how many actions are you going to take this round?
I'll be taking 2.
Okay, so that is going to be... Gosh, we worked out multi-actions before. Do you remember how it goes?
Yes, for every action, it's like your first action is normal dice pool. But then for every action afterwards, the difficulty increases by 1 and you lose a dice.
That's right. But for your first action, that's at +1 difficulty, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so yeah, you can dodge. It's just difficulty 7 at your full dice pool.
Difficulty 7, that's right, sorry.
Oh wow. It's phenomenal. Your melee prowess as you've grabbed this sword and you narrowly dodge would have surely been a massive blow to your side. Gehrman, what happens?
Gehrman, as he spins around, he sees the kidney coming, or the spear coming straight towards his kidney, his lower back. He immediately just spins around as the spear comes towards him, and it just kind of like pirouettes away from his body as he lands and like right next to the guard.
And as the brigands are laying into Gehrman with everything they can, and they can't touch this man. He is sticking and moving and spinning and flashing. He's already armed. He's grabbed one of their swords. We go now to Valentino, who is locked into combat. Valentino, you have a spear in your side right now, held in the meaty hands of this brigand who is glaring at you.
So, upon realizing that he can absolutely survive a stab from a spear, he's going to turn back to the man who just stabbed him, and similarly, he's going to try and give this man a fierce glare, as in defiance to not even being stopped by the spear. And he's also going to try for a dread gaze.
All right, and as you flush blood throughout your body, go ahead and describe that process as you feel your vitae instinctively moving to different places of your undead form.
It feels like in the heat of battle, he knows that the fight or flight instinct, this kind of rush, has been familiar to him, but this is a different kind of power infusing him. He can kind of feel like his hands and arms are capable of more than he ever was capable of, and he just feels godlike almost as he turns back to stare this man down.
And as you rip away from his spear actually comes loose out of your side, and he looks confused. He looks at his weapon and looks at you. You're still standing, and he actually sees the hole in your side close up a little bit. It doesn't close up all the way, but you can see the gaping wound. It just shrinks. And as you look at him, Valentino, go ahead and make that dread gaze roll. The difficulty's going to be 5. Okay, and as you feel your power come to the fore, and you feel that dread gaze happen, what does Valentino do to evoke this power?
He kind of grits his teeth and tries to stare this man down, trying to show that he's capable of withstanding a lot more than maybe that man believed, and kind of opens his bear's fangs and show that he's more monster than man.
And as you bare your fangs at him and hiss and show him your monstrousness, he is startled. He's certainly startled. He jumps a little bit and his eyes are wide, but that supernatural abject fear does not come over him, and you see that he is, though frightened, he is still in full control of his faculties. As the camera is going to shift to Julieta, who is being grappled by this brigand just a few feet away and shrieking as she's lifted off her feet.
Julieta is panicked, and she's kind of gripping at his arms are around her, and she's screaming, and after a few seconds of this, she begins, just anger is welling up in her, and her fangs extend, and her eyes are just unbelievably bloodthirsty for this person who is just holding on to her. And she eventually will... Actually, I have a quick question. What are multi-actions? Is it only for people who have celerity?
No, everybody can take a multi-action. It's just your first action. You have to declare how many actions you're going to take. And your first action is at a +1 difficulty, but at your full dice pool. And then your next action is at a -1 dice +1 additional difficulty, so the next one would be at 8 difficulty. And if you take a third action, it's difficulty 9, -3 dice.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I think...
Or no, -2 dice, because it's your third action.
No. I think I'm just going to... She's definitely going to lift her arm up and kind of reach back and see if she can grab hold of his hair to grab onto something of him so she can maneuver herself in front of him instead of her back being against him.
Okay, so you're not trying to break the grapple. You're just trying to twist around to look at him.
Yes.
Okay, with a successful dexterity brawl, difficulty is going to be 7 because he does have you pretty tightly. You'll be able to do that.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually a botch as you try to twist to maneuver around. But that's no. That was not your correct dice pool though. So go ahead and remember it's dexterity plus athletics.
Oh,
Or no.
you said dexterity brawl. That's what you said.
Oh, did I say brawl? I'm so sorry. I meant athletics. Go ahead and make your dexterity athletics roll.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's much better. You can roll at 10 again. All right, so you managed to do it, Julietta. You managed to twist in his grip and turn around and get a look at him. You're now chest. Your belly is pressed to his chest, and you're kind of above him a little bit. You're like a head above him because he's got you in his grasp and he's lifted you off the ground. He's looking up at you with his yellowed teeth and his beard and snarling at you in kind of glee at having grabbed the only woman in the group. What do you do, Julietta?
Oh, okay. Well, she's like hissing, like, and just her hands are just digging into his back, and something just kind of comes over her, and immediately she goes to bite him in the neck.
Okay, so you're taking a multiple action?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So before you take your action, be sure to declare that so I know. But it's okay because you rolled a 10 and a 9, so it would have been difficulty 8, but you succeeded anyway. So go ahead and make your dexterity brawl roll to hit him, to bite him. Difficulty is going to be 7, and you're going to be at a -1 dice because this is your multiple action.
So how does -1 dice?
You just remove 1 dice from your pool. You don't roll your full pool.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to be difficulty 7. Or no, difficulty 8, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, as you snap at him, as you're biting at him viciously, his glee turns to terror as you bare your fangs and you start snapping at his neck. Go ahead and describe that.
Julietta is just like totally into the moment, and she is just gnawing at his face and his neck and just doing everything she can to just force herself onto him and bite into his flesh.
All right, and we go now to the brigands who are fighting Gehrman. This brigand was the one who had his sword taken away, Gehrman. As you snatch his sword out of his hand, he's looking at you just stunned, just apoplectic, and he looks around and then looks back at you and roars and just throws himself at you to try and grab you.
Is that me that you're talking to? I'm sorry.
No, this is towards Gehrman.
Yeah, that's Gehrman.
Oh, okay.
And I get to resist, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's a grapple, so you can roll reflexively brawl, grapple, or no, strength brawl. I'm sorry. Wow, it's almost pathetic as he goes to try and grab you. What happens, Gehrman?
As he goes to grab me, he wraps his arms around me, and Gehrman looks back and then just grabs him and throws him over his shoulder.
Oh, wow. And as you grab him and throw him over your shoulder, he goes stumbling into the dirt. As we move now to the brigand with the spear, who's faced off with Valentino, he's startled and frightened, but he goes to lunge at you again with yeah, and he just thrusts at you, Valentino.
Valentino again braces, knowing he's going to likely take another hit from this man. As inferior as he knows it's probably going to hurt again.
Go ahead and roll your soap. So he sticks you clean in the chest with this weapon, Valentino, and you take another level of lethal damage as you're now dropped back down to hurt. But this spear, this hit should have run you through the chest. It should have run you through directly into your body cavity, and yet only the spear, it goes in, but as he pulls it out, the wound actually just tightens and shrinks instinctively, and there's only a tiny like a hole in your chest the size of a coin, and just a puncture wound, just a few droplets of blood pull out from the spray. There's no arterial spray, there's no, and he's absolutely confused. You see the terror on his face as you only take one level of lethal. What happens is as you're hit in the chest,
he kind of yells out again like an animalistic growl. Ugh! He just grits his fangs again, just becoming more animal than anything else at this point.
All right, and we move now to Guillermin de Gascoigne, who is armed and basically in pitched combat with these brigands.
Okay. Having thrown one of the soldiers over his shoulder, he's gonna run up and stick his sword in the back of the man faced off with Valentino.
I'm sorry, what was that? You broke up a little bit for me.
Oh, sorry. He's gonna run up behind the man pitched in combat with Valentino, and he's gonna skewer him through the chest.
Okay, so go ahead and make that. Are you making a called shot for his heart?
No, just his back, chest area.
Okay. So you're coming up to him from behind?
Yes.
All right. That's going to be difficulty 5. Go ahead and roll your melee.
Now, this is my second action of the multi-action.
Oh, okay. Got it. Difficulty 6. -1 dice.
Difficulty 6.
All right, that's a massive hit. I forgot to whisper you the sword's damage.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and roll that lethal. Oh, God. Roll that 10 again. Oh, Tony, what do you do to this man?
He comes up behind him and grabs his chin and hoists his neck back, as he puts all his strength and his weight, his upper body, to shove this sword clean through his chest as he just holds the man as he's spitting and spurting blood and gurgling on his own fluid. And he just kind of wrenches his chest upwards and then drops him in a single motion, taking out his sword.
And Valentino, you see a sword just explode out of this man's chest from behind as you see Gehrman has come up from behind him and grabbed him and stabbed him clean through his chest. And he's down. I mean, he's dead instantly, and actually a blood spray covers your face.
Valentino kind of takes a step back, and his eyes go wide, and he realizes he knew that Gehrman was strong, but this is something he's never seen or heard of anybody doing before. And he's just completely in awe. His mouth kind of drops open, his fangs retract, and he's just totally surprised by what he's just seen.
And then the smell of the blood hits you. Roll self-control, difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3?
Yep.
Okay.
You're still fairly well fed. Yeah, you there's no danger of you losing control, but you immediately feel the beast and its hunger rise up in you. It's almost like being turned on by a beautiful woman or seeing her naked for the first time. That's the same kind of thought that goes through your head as that blood, that warm, wet shower drips down your face, and you taste it just a little bit on the tips of your lips as it seeps down your face.
Valentino blinks a couple of times and tries to shake his head to shake it off. You refocus.
So we move our camera now back to the brigands that are accosting Diego and Julieta. Julieta is hissing and snapping as this brigand who has grabbed her realizes he probably has definitely bought a lot more than he can chew. As he's now yelling. He's yelling for help as Julieta's snapping at his neck with her fangs. The brigand that had fallen to the ground, he is now laying in the dirt next to his comrade, whose hair has literally been turned white. He's whimpering and crying, and the smell of piss fills the air as he wets himself. And he turns and he looks up at Diego, and he's baring his fangs. And the man, he cries out and jumps to his feet, and you hear his yelling, "Nosferatu! Nosferatu!" as he goes to try and swing at Diego.
All right, again, I'm going to try to dodge.
All right, go ahead and roll that dexterity athletics as he swings at you.
Now, this time I have not spent celerity, so this is all I get.
Okay.
He's just surprised that he was able to do what he did already.
Unless you want to take a multiple action, you can do that too.
Yeah, let's do that, actually. That'll work.
Okay, so
I will
this
spend
roll
one
will
dodge.
be at your full pool, just +1 difficulty.
So difficulty 7 then?
Yep.
Oh. I forgot something else. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
Actually, I better do it now. There.
Got it.
God.
Oh, wow. You feel the vitae go through you and make you faster than any man you have ever known alive. And as you're fast and nimble and quick, and yet you're so stunned, and his lunge was so eager. You're still trying to wrap your mind around what you had actually done to the man cowering before you. You're just in awe at your power unleashed upon this man. And as his sword sinks into you, it's a direct hit, but you just don't manage to get out of the way in time as his sword slashes you around the middle. And actually does absolutely nothing to you. It cuts your shirt and opens your flesh. But as he yells, Vampire! And he swings his sword at your chest and cuts you open. The sword actually slices your skin, and then like a line of crimson just trails along the wound and vanishes as your undead flesh knits together. What does Diego do?
He looks at the man, and a small smirk plays at the edge of his lips.
He is terrified. His comrade on the ground is whimpering and closing his eyes, and you think you hear perhaps a prayer, what sounds like a prayer in his mother tongue, as he lays on the ground with his eyes shut, whimpering and shaking, looking absolutely as pathetic as can possibly be. As we move now to the brigand who has Julieta in his arms, and he's yelling something in his language. It sounds like help, as she's snapping at his neck, and he actually tries to throw her to the ground.
Julieta is going to attempt yet again to sink her fangs into his neck.
Okay. Okay, so you already took your action for this round, didn't you, Julieta?
Sure.
Yeah, I think you already made your attack. So he's gonna get this throw to the ground. And as you're snapping at his neck, he just throws you down like bodily, like a sack of potatoes. I'm gonna go ahead and see how much damage that did. Okay, so that's halved because it's bashing. Is you hit the ground hard, your head like bounces off the road. But you can go ahead and roll your stamina to see if you take any damage at all. That's already cut in half because you're undead. So you only take one level of bashing, but you get to roll your soak. So go ahead and roll your stamina plus any fortitude if you have any. And that's going to be on the soak damage dice at difficulty 6. Soak damage is always at 6. It does absolutely nothing to you. You don't feel hurt at all as you get thrown to the ground, Julieta. What happens as you come down hard into the ground and yet feel absolutely no pain?
Only a second goes by, and after she hits the ground with a large thud, she kind of immediately pulls herself forward and is just glaring at this man as she tries to pick herself up.
Diego, we go to you now as you are standing. You see Julieta's been thrown to the ground. There's a man cowering before you, and there is one very terrified brigand who has seen how ineffective his sword is.
I assume that the one who I've cowed has dropped his spear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just laying on the ground next to
Diego
him.
feels naked. I'm wondering, am I able to pick it up and maybe try to ram this other guy with it?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So he's going to make a lunge for it.
Oh, you managed to grab it. Yeah, that's just. I'll just give that to you.
Picking it up, he turns around. He's not skilled with it, but he knows the pointy end goes in the soft end. And he tries to make that happen with it.
All right, dexterity
Another
melee.
grunt. That's normally difficulty 6?
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah, you took a multiple action, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
so I lose
okay.
a die.
So, -1 dice plus 2 difficulty this time.
Okay.
So, 8. Wow, that's a hit. Roll your damage for lethal.
Spear is what, strict plus 1?
I just Skyped you the damage.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Skype is acting like a bitch. But it's okay. We're back. You can roll at 10 again, Diego. As you slam the spear into his chest, you can tell immediately that you've hit his lung. There's a wet explosion of blood from his lips as he and he reaches up to grasp the shaft of the spear, and he looks at you confused. You just moved so quickly, and suddenly the spear is in his chest as Diego rams it home with unnatural undead strength. You feel as strong as the strongest knight from your homeland. You feel your muscles flushed with pure power as your blood augments you, and you ram this spear home into his chest. What is Diego doing?
Diego did not expect this to be so effective. So he has both his hands on the spear. If he was alive, they'd be gripped in white knuckle fear, but as it is, he has a look of surprise on his face that says, "I'm no warrior, what have I done?"
And he's clawing weakly at the spear, but he's clearly very seriously injured. As we move now to the brigand.
Do I get my celerity action?
Oh, yes, because the new round. Go ahead, Gehrman. Make your celerity action.
As he sees the brigand, this massive man, throw Julieta to the ground, he's going to use his immense speed to race up behind him, almost like a blur, and with two hands, just try to swipe at this man's neck, cleaving his head and off his shoulders.
All right, so that's a called shot towards his neck.
Yes.
All right, difficulty is going to be 8. But it's celerity. You get your full dice pool.
Even when I'm behind him?
Oh yeah, you're coming up from behind him. So yeah, difficulty is going to be 7. He doesn't see you coming.
Sick.
Okay, that's a clean hit. Go ahead and roll your strength plus your strength plus the damage of your sword.
Is there bonus damage
To
the called shot?
Basically, a called shot to the neck on a mortal works in a way you're about to find out if you roll enough successes.
Okay.
Yeah, you cleanly separate his head from his shoulders. Go ahead and describe what happens.
He swings with both his hands as the sword, aided by this supernatural speed, cleaves across his shoulders almost in a blur. You don't even see the blade or the resistance of the skin or the bone. It cuts clean through like a razor. And with a howl, just the man drops to his knees and his head rolls off onto the ground. Blood is spurting into the air.
Julieta, as you were glaring up at this man just a second before, you see a blur just across the road. It just covers that distance in less than a second as you see Gehrman suddenly stop and come out of that blur as he is ending his swing across this man's neck, and that's when you see the man's head just fly cleanly off of his shoulders, and it happens so quickly the arteries actually have to take a moment to catch up to it as a fountain of blood begins spurting upward out of the trunk of his body. Julieta, what are you doing as you witness this?
Julieta stands, and as she sees this swift motion of movement and Gehrman at the end of it, her fangs are they're still extended as she's, still wrapped up in the moment, and her eyes kind of slightly widen a bit because she sees the head clearly on this man, and the next minute it's on the ground. And it kind of rolls actually towards her feet. And as she looks down upon it, she just kind of gazes at it for a moment and then kicks it to the side and looks back at Gehrman.
Valentino, we go to you now. There is one brigand remaining with his sword in hand. He had been fighting Gehrman a moment before, but Gehrman has just flashed towards where Julieta was. He moved kind of like Diego. That's the only time you've ever seen anyone move that fast. And yet there is a brigand remaining, and he rounds on you, Valentino, and he looks terrified and confused, holding that sword in his hand. There are, there's the body at your feet, and that's kind of, where you're at right now.
Valentino is going to kind of instinctively just try and tackle this man into a grapple onto the ground.
All right, and that is the one, actually, that Gehrman took the sword from. So he actually doesn't have a sword, I just remembered. But go ahead and make your strength brawl. Yeah, you easily overpower him. Your body flushed with vitae. You feel that power in your limbs as your strength, your grip is like iron as you tackle him to the ground. You're unbelievably powerful. You've never been much of a physical person in your life before, and yet undead might is flushed into your muscles as you tackle him to the ground. And go ahead and what do we see as Valentino lunges at him?
So again, he kind of just like growls like, "Grrr!" And he just jumps at this man, knowing that the group as a whole can defeat these people because they're more than just men. So he's kind of instilled with confidence, he's flushed with vitae, and he feels this strength, so he's feeling very confident right now as he just pounces on this poor man.
And since you so effortlessly overpowered him, and the smell of blood is thick in the air, and your power, Valentino, roll your self-control, difficulty 4. You manage to remain in control of yourself, but the beast is there, and this power is seductive and telling you to give into it and to lose control as you overpower him and tackle him to the ground. Do you, or no, actually, that was your action. So as you grabbed him and you're now like straddling him. Am I correct? You're like atop him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's yelling and pounding his fists on your chest, although you barely feel them at all. They're like distant thuds, and it doesn't cause any pain to you at all as he pounds his clenched fists on your chest. As we go now to Julieta, who is still down upon the ground, but looking up at this gorgeous fountain of blood just spurting out of the tattered wreckage of what was once this man's neck. The smell of the blood is wonderful, Julieta, but you're so well fed that the beast doesn't actually surge to the surface of your brain. And as we focus in on Julieta, what is she doing?
Julieta is kind of just looking over the body and looking back over at Gehrman. She's very much taken aback by his action, and she is kind of studying him, seeing what he's going to do next.
All right, we move now to the brigand that Valentino has grappled and is engaged with as he tackled him to the ground and is atop him now. The man is struggling, trying to get free, fighting for his life. You realize, Valentino. He's a big, burly, strong man who has been in fights most of his life. You can immediately tell that, but you are still almost twice as strong as he is. You can immediately feel that. Go ahead and make your strength brawl as he fights like a cornered animal, just fighting for his life. and it's unbelievable what terror can do to a human being, what adrenaline can do for them. Even though you are easily much more powerful than he is, he's much more experienced in fighting, and immediately he bucks his hips and he screams and he lifts you up off the ground with his hips and twists his body out of the way, and you suddenly lose balance as you fall over into the dirt next to him, and he's and he gets to his feet as he manages to break this grapple. What does Valentino do as he's locked in this struggle with this man? He breaks his grip on him.
Valentino kind of topples to the side, and again he bares his fangs, just kind of like angry and defiant and almost frustrated with this man that he knows that he can completely destroy. But he knows that in his past life his lack of training is really coming to the fore now.
The camera pans back to Gehrman.
As Gehrman looks around, as the man who he decapitated topples to the ground, can I get a quick count on the remaining brigands?
The one of them is cowering on the ground, just a foot away from you. You see actually white streaks in his hair. It looks horrifying, and the look on his eyes are closed, and he's weeping, and the smell of urine is thick in the air around him. He's murmuring and gibbering to himself like a madman. The other brigand nearby is currently gripping the haft of a spear that Diego has driven into his chest, and he's gurgling thickly as blood seeps out of his lips. And the last brigand who remains standing had just managed to barely get out of Valentino's grip, and he's just climbing to his feet. You see immediately that this situation looks horrible for them. This did not go at all the way they thought it would.
Okay. With a confidence, he's seeing that the man by Valentino is the only one not being, who's free and not being dealt with. He's gonna walk his way over, and then he's gonna just quickly, with a quick movement, stab his sword down into this man's stomach.
All right. So which one was that?
This is the man on the ground next to Valentino.
Okay, because he just managed to break his grapple. Yeah, it is you walk up on him. He looks up at you with wide eyes, and he just managed to get free of Valentino, only to roll over and look up at you and see your sword flashing down. He's laying on the ground. The difficulty for the attack is going to be 4.
And that 10 counts for 2.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and roll that again. That's 5 successes total. Roll that damage. Should be about 12, I think.
5. It's actually 13.
Okay. Yeah, you. What happens to him?
As he goes to like make the lunge, he quickly flips the sword around in a downward motion and brings it down into this man's stomach. And as he lurches forward, the sword actually impales through him into the ground. And then, as Gehrman is holding the sword, he grips the man by the throat, and staring at him into his eyes, he begins to push the sword up through his stomach and up into his sternum, completely disemboweling the man.
And as you open up his body cavity like a freshly killed deer and split open him in the front, just cleaving his body in two with monstrous might, you feel like you're the tree that he is hanging from, and your sword is carving him open. Valentino, you see this. You're looking up at this as Gehrman is holding this man aloft with one hand and carving him into 2 pieces with his sword as this man's entrails fall in a waterfall of wet meat and organs as bile and blood just cascade down his body and splatter wetly on the ground below. And you're actually spattered again with bits of dust and blood in your face, Valentino. What are you doing?
Well, Valentino, definitely recognizing his own hunger, just sees like this huge gush of blood and viscera come out. I think I might actually need another self-control, being that close, so much gore.
All right, we move now to the brigand cowering on the ground, he's just completely, he's not even here. He's completely checked out. His eyes are shut tight. He's shaking. He's gibbering like a madman on the ground and trembling. He's actually curled up in the fetal position, you can see on the ground, as the last remaining brigand grips the base of the spear being held by Diego. Diego, he's going to try and pull this spear out of his chest, although you've got a good grip on it, so you can keep it planted in his chest if you like.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it there and maybe even push it in further when I get a chance.
Okay, it's going to be a contested strength melee on your part for strength brawl for him. It's pathetic. His pushing and pulling. In fact, I mean, your might is so tremendous. You can actually shove him to the ground with the spear if you like.
Not only that, but bury it, a few inches in the ground even.
All right, and as you slam that spear home, go ahead and you make your roll, Diego. And it's already in him, so you can just roll strength. You just roll damage.
Okay.
You bury the spear clean, and it explodes out of his back. It doesn't do much more damage. You definitely already pierced him, but it does just pinion him to the ground, just sticks him there. And you feel hard-packed earth just break under the tip of the spear as you puncture through his body and stab him into the ground. He's stuck. He's not going anywhere. Blood. You see like bloody foam out of the wound, like bubbling out from the edge of where like the shaft of the spear enters into his body as he struggles to breathe. You see just bubbles and bloody foam just pouring out of this wound as he's sucking for breath and struggling and grits his teeth, and you see his bloody teeth as like trickles of blood edge out of his lips as he looks up at you. We go now to Valentino, who, as you look around, Valentino, you see the carnage is devastating and complete.
Valentino kind of stands up, looking around, kind of in awe of his own group. He knew that they were monsters, but he didn't fully appreciate what they were capable of. As he kind of... I'm going to send you something really quick. You can feel the wounds in his chest start to close up. He's just kind of in awe at what they have, what they are capable of, just looking around.
All right, we go now to Julieta. Yeah, Julieta, you see Diego is struggling with this violence. You see him, he's basically stuck this man to the ground with this spear, and this man is dying horribly, like right before him. What does Julieta do as the camera focuses in on her?
As Julieta turns and takes in what's going on, and she sees Diego has nailed this brigand to the ground, and blood is just squirting out of the wound, and he's coughing up blood, and her eyes avert over and up at Diego's face, and she can kind of see she can see that he's, having trouble with this, with what he had to do. But she she's just kind of taken aback by all of it. I mean, she doesn't move to go and comfort him. She kind of just stands there um, and realizes that they have killed a bunch of men, and even though these men were going to kill them, it's still a little bit shocking. Um, Her fangs retract, and her demeanor softens some after a moment. And all the carnage around her, it's something that would have made her vomit so easily when she was mortal, but now it's kind of just like um, she finds it disgusting, but she's not. Um, it's not like she can't look at it, which is kind of shocking for her because it's something that she would have never wanted to be a part of in her mortal life. Fighting and blood and guts and gore. It's not very, um, it's not something women should have to be confronted with. Um, so.
And the camera is going to pan to Diego as he is currently having a crisis of conscience, as this man on the end of his spear is fighting for his last breath, and we see that thick clouds of bloody foam rolling down his belly as his body cavity heaves in breaths which are quickly becoming shallower and shallower.
He actually turns to Gehrman and almost inaudibly, in a voice that sounds like pleading, he says, "And please." And he falls to his knees and buries his head in the dirt.
Gehrman stands from where he just got done disemboweling this other man. Slightly turns his head, his hair matted with blood and in his face. He walks very solemnly with his head down and his sword ready, walking around the battlefield, acting very much like an executioner. He walks over to the man on the ground, pleading and gasping and screaming through pain and death. And he'll kneel down next to the man, hold his head back, and then with a quick motion just drag the sword across his throat.
You see the wound open up in his flesh, Gehrman, as you have so many times before, cutting the throats of others. It opens and blood immediately pours out in a bloom, which pools beneath his head, and as he opens his mouth, you see his tongue stick out as he struggles to get even one more breath, and yet it is impossible as blood pools outward and spurts in a slow seep, and his eyes finally roll back into his head. His death is not at all pretty or romantic, not the way the bards say war is.
Gehrman stands slowly, sullenly, and picking his head up and brushing his hair back. He walks over to Diego and clasps a hand on his shoulder.
I will actually, that is actually, as you guys have probably figured out, that's the end of combat. I will turn the scene over to you for now. The mangled and disemboweled and beheaded, in some cases, corpses, which now litter the road. The smell of blood is so thick in the air. There only remains one man, and he's not even looking. His eyes are shut tight. He's shaking and gibbering like a madman to himself, quivering with terror on the ground. He can do nothing but lay there and weep. And you hear him weeping like a child. And it's horrifying. This grown man, a vicious rapist, murderer, as brigands are. And yet, he is like a little child laying there on the ground, weeping. And you hear him calling for someone in his tongue, a word over and over, what can only mean mother.
At having the hand on his shoulder, Diego will look up, and his face is streaked with blood, and it's immediately obvious that it is his own. leaking from his eyes like tears would from a mortal. It's almost horrific to behold, really.
Gehrman just kind of shakes him a little bit with his hand as he looks at Diego, and with a very stern and slow nod, um, he'll remove his hand from Diego's shoulder and then move over to the other man, um, who's just weeping and beside himself.
Valentino kind of standing up and getting an image of what's going on with Diego and this man. He kind of starts to nonchalantly clean the blood off his face and gestures over to the man. Oh, we missed one.
Gehrman is going to kneel down beside the man and just watch him, but for a moment, as he picks him up and leans him forward. He's gonna wrap his arms around the man's neck and begin to whisper in Latin, what seems to be a small Latin prayer, as he whispers this into the man's ear. And once he's finished, he ends with an amen, and then he's with a quick motion of one arm going to the side and the other the contradictory way, he's going to snap the man's neck.
The crack of his vertebrae is very clearly heard, like the snapping of a branch just cracking through the air as Gehrman yanks his head in the wrong direction, almost 180 degrees. Gehrman, you are so powerfully nearly twist his head almost all the way around until his face is looking into the dirt, even though his back is pressed to the dirt as well. You see the tearing of the flesh and the ripping at the seams, as you are easily twice as strong as you were in life. It's horrifying how strong you are, and you didn't even expect it as you yank his head around almost a full 180 degrees.
Gehrman quickly stands as he does this. He'll look at his own arms and his hands.
Meanwhile, Diego climbs to his feet and dusts himself off, wipes away some of the blood streaking his face. He doesn't want to look at the bodies. He's purposely avoiding them with his eyes.
Valentino kind of walks over to Diego, seeing that he's been upset by the death, it seems, and he kind of puts a hand on his shoulder. You should weep no tears for these men, rapists and murderers to the last. I've been plagued by them in the past, or men like them at least.
How can you be so callous? He says. Look what we've become. Look at this, and he'll gesture without looking at the bodies towards where he knows they are.
Valentino kind of raises his eyebrows and shrugs. They are more monster than us.
Diego shakes his head softly, but he doesn't seem to have a response to that.
Gehrman stands, but a few feet away. He'll pitch his head towards Valentino. You still live behind that shroud of yours. You do not see the monster you are, that we are.
If anything, I would say we are blessed with gifts. These men were monsters at their soul, even in their life.
There is time in our lives now for 1,000 abominations. Can we justify them all?
And who am I to tear down such a facade? As Gehrman moves over, and he'll pick up the sword and roust a belt and a sheath from one of the dead bodies so that he may take the sword with him.
The sword, they weren't actually wearing any belts, or they didn't appear to have any sheaths for their weapons, and these weapons are very crudely made. I mean, it's certainly not befitting anybody of military rank. They're basically simple old sabers. You recognize them as of Ottoman make, which is curious, as these are not Turks you weren't fighting, but these are very old Turkish swords that they were carrying, and you just from your experience in war, you know that right away. They're sharp, but in bad repair. The camera's actually going to shift briefly to Julieta. What is she doing as all of this is going on? All this discussion is being had.
Julieta's kind of listening to the three men talk amongst themselves about what has transpired, and she's kind of quiet. I mean, she doesn't have anything to really say. She didn't really do much. I mean, she's in her mind, she's still, she's a woman. She, in her mind, she can't, she kind of froze up, and that one moment where she became the beast was the only time she even remotely tried to do something. This is very much a man's affair, what happened here, and she kind of just listens to what goes on between, the three of them, and she makes her way over to them, but she doesn't really say anything about what happened. She doesn't really feel as though they did anything wrong. She can kind of understand where Diego's coming from. I'm sure he has never killed a man before, but at the same time, these men were going to hurt them and kill them. So she doesn't feel like they did anything, even if they had been mortal, that they wouldn't have done.
All right, the scene is yours, guys.
Garamond is going to begin looking for the severed arm that he entered battle with during the heat of the moment. He ended up dropping it, so that he's going to begin scouring the field for a severed forearm that seems to be older than the other body parts strewn the battlefield. The stump congealed and older.
Valentino kind of says in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "We are not great in supplies. We should search them for anything useful before we leave. They won't be needing them." Then he begins looking for maybe a dagger upon the corpses.
The only weapons they were carrying were 2 spears and 3 of these old Turkish sabers that I mentioned. A couple of them are even rusted, although they appear to be, like I said, at least sharp and at least serviceable somewhat. There are no sheaths, no belts. Their clothing was quite unremarkable. Poorly cured hides and linens that reek of body odor. And now, of course, blood as well.
Well, I can't very well be seen walking into a town carrying a saber.
Do I have to make a roll to find the arm?
Oh no, the arm is, you know where you put it.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, I know there's a lot of arms laying around, but there's only one severed arm.
Okay. After finding it, he'll pick it up, and with the arm in one hand and the sword in the other. They're brigands. They most likely do not have the valuables on them. they jump people on the road to acquire such. We must not waste any more time on them.
I agree. He's gonna try and check himself over and feel the holes in his clothing and try and gauge how his appearance is. Make sure it doesn't look like a bloody mess.
Sam, are you getting my messages on Skype?
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna turn the scene back over to you guys. Sorry
You
about
want
that.
me to do that now?
Yep.
Gehrman, I have to thank you for lending me your support during that. I'm not
You want me to do that now?
Yep.
I'm not naturally inclined to the art of war. Your help is greatly appreciated.
In that at least I agree, Diego says. You fight like a demon, my friend.
Oh. And I used to fight as a man of God. Although, as he looks down at his sword, at the sword in his hand, it appears no longer.
And the camera is going to focus on Julieta. We're going to pan to her as she is. She's looking around at these bodies we see. Go ahead and describe what are we seeing, Julieta, as the camera focuses on her. Sam? I think we need to refresh the call.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Broken up.
Yeah.
Hi.
Cool.
Boy, you sound really broken up, Sam.
Let me see. Hold on. Is this better?
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you not hear what I was saying?
No. No.
Okay. So yeah, she is kind of taking in everything, and she's looking at these corpses, and her demeanor kind of changes from this kind of calm, sullen trance to this almost immediate irritated look. Her eye is almost kind of twitching in a way, and she's um, looking about somewhat frantically, and immediately she looks up at Gammon and Valentino as they speak, and she says, "These men were sent to kill me. These men were sent to kill all of us."
How can you be so certain, my lady? Brigands are not terribly uncommon on the roads for traders.
She looks over at Valentino quickly and says, "We're on a mission. We're on a mission, and these brigands just happen to come across us? Can you not tell me that that is not a coincidence?"
The timing is unfortunate, but yes, I think it is likely an unfortunate coincidence. Look at them. They appear to be very simple and ill-equipped. Brigands as
"You
they
don't know
are.
what you're talking about," she says. She kind of interrupts him and immediately crosses her arms in front of her chest, and she's just unbelievably irritated. Something obviously has hinged upon her, and she kind of looks at the bodies once more, and then looks back at Gammon now and says, "Is this your doing? Did you have something to do with this?"
this my doing? Gammon straightens himself up and begins to step towards Julieta.
Yes, you're doing. She lifts her chin up a little bit and levels her eyes with him.
Do not know what you are going through, my lady. If this was your first battle or what, but I have nothing to do with these brigands. And even if they were sent, what is the concern? They failed.
She kind of studies him a moment, but eventually she looks to the side and kind of lowers her gaze at the bodies. Her eye is still kind of twitching a little bit, which is strange. But she doesn't go any further with her accusations and holds her tongue for now.
If there is a possibility she's correct, maybe we should at least move the bodies from the road. The idea seems to make Diego ill, though, from the look on his face.
Gammon scoffs. If they were sent, then let this send a message that we are not easy prey.
It would be a message, he says. Can we leave this place now?
Ugh. Please, she says.
Yes, let's move on. Best not to tarry here by
This,
many corpses.
Gammon will turn and give Diego a stern nod as he nods to him, and then towards the road. Let's get going.
Valentina nods and goes with Garamond, falling behind.
All right, so as the four of you continue down the road and continue towards Balgrad, we're going to take our 10, guys, because we are clearly at our 2-hour mark as we finish that scene. And yeah, so our first combat.
I need to take a breath. That was intense.
Right?
So good.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity to kind of break you guys into combat mechanics, because that was our first, like I said, we've had fights before, but that was just like our first full-blown combat scenario, and I, as we get more comfortable with combat, it won't take nearly as long, because we're like, we'll just be like on point, because everybody knows what to do and what roles are involved. But until we kind of move into that rhythm, combat is going to take a little time, because resolving all the roles can take a little bit. But I was really happy with that scene. I had a great time.
Oh, I felt like Julieta got the shit end of the stick, though. She got grabbed, and that was all that she wrote, pretty much.
Well, I don't know. She was scaring the shit out of that guy who had grabbed her. He instantly regretted it.
Like holding onto a wild dog or something, but...
Right.
What do you think, Sam?
I hate combat scenes, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah?
I just always feel like awkward, and I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, and it's kind of like when you're playing a female character back in the day, it's kind of like, she was mortal. She never had to do these things, so it's kind of like, what am I supposed to do here?
Well, true, but you also have to factor in the beast into your role playing.
Well, I did.
Yeah.
I feel like I did.
Yeah, and you did. I just be sure don't to forget, guys, about your blood points, because a couple of you guys, not naming names or anybody, a couple of you guys forgot to spend blood points, and you guys do have blood points per round to augment your physical stats and to heal and stuff. We had a few guys rocking that though, and it's very effective, as we've all seen.
During the middle of the fight, I was really tempted to yell at Garmin, "Throw me a hand!" Not Rodrigo's.
I throw you at Rodrigo's hand.
Yeah, I totally set that guy up for you. I weakened him for you. Guy on the ground, that was me. You're welcome.
Thanks, dude.
That was my contribution to the fight, setting that up.
It worked. He died pretty quickly.
I was happiest with Diego there. Like, that was a great.
Yeah, Diego's.
Yeah.
I always forget about the fucking dread gaze, man. It's and all of a sudden just somebody whips it out on you and you're fucked. Love the dread gaze.
Even if that guy hadn't lived, he would have been fucked up forever after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, taking 4 lethal, that's a death sentence in the Dark Ages. Unless
I mean the Dread Gaze guy.
Oh, the Dread Gaze guy. Oh no,
Yeah.
he went. You completely broke him. Like, his mind was gone.
Yeah, but Diego will have nightmares about the spear.
Yeah.
Probably never touch one again. Or maybe it'll strengthen him. We'll see.
Yeah, it was a really interesting, because you guys have powers now. It's kind of, and that's another thing. Don't forget about your disciplines. It's not just blood points. It's like you've got options now, and make it organic too. There's nothing wrong with your character like discovering it in just a moment of panic, because you guys haven't been formally trained in your. That's the point. You know them instinctively. You may not make a conscious decision to use dementation or dominate or presence or whatever, but it's something you do in reaction to like panic, because the beast knows how to use your disciplines. That's the thing. The knowledge is there. It's just maybe not at your conscious level yet.
Yeah, I think that's what Garmin's really figuring out is how different his body is now.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go solve a math problem. 32 ounces of drink, 16 ounces of bladder.
Oh. I'll be right back too. I want some more lemonade.
Just really felt good to kill something, I'm not gonna lie.
Kill everything, you mean?
Well, we're pretty sure Garmin was in his element, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, he's not one to be fucked with, for sure. Not in a combat sense, anyway.
I get the sense you've done this before or something.
Yeah, you get no thank you from Julietta for saving her.
No, I get it. Out of character, I understand why.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was wondering what kind of flavor of Malkavian we end up getting.
Yeah. Fun times.
Come in all shapes and sizes.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, babe. Oh.
And that's how I ran out of blood.
Can we all just say how fucking scary Garriman is?
I'm glad somebody filling that role.
Yeah, he's pretty terrifying. That's what he did in his mortal life. He killed people. And when he wasn't on a battlefield killing people, he was working for the Inquisition, looking for reasons to kill people.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
He has a talent, and he knows how to use it.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
Right?
Never mind. Random Batman joke there.
That's where that's from.
Yeah, the Joker.
That immediately rung a bell in my head. I was like, what is that?
Rip Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, guys, I'm ready to get back into it if you are.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's pick it up, and we're going to open our next scene. We open our next scene on the winding, craggy road that leads east towards the town of Balgraad. Of course, Valentino is the one that was carrying the map of Transylvania that was given to them by Rodrigo, the loyal retainer of Lord Hardestadt. The city or town, it's perhaps the city of Balgraad, sits on the eastern bank of the Morsul River, and you are currently on the western bank. And as the road inclines downward, as it has been for some miles, you walk another 3 or 4 hours through the night, unmolested by any further attempts from brigands on your life, and left to take in the night air and the moon and the stars and the sound of the rushing river, though it is hundreds of feet down from the cliffside. As the cliff dips down and the road dips down, you gradually get closer and closer and closer to the black waters of the Morsul River, and you see its flowing, choppy waters up close eventually, walking along its western bank. And in the distance, you can see the flickering torches just faintly outlining the stone walls of Balgraad. You can see that Balgraad is in a very militaristically defensible position. It was built on the eastern bank, and it faces the western direction. So the only way into Balgraad is actually through a drawbridge, which is currently up at the moment. The bridge normally spans the Morsul River, and there's an old iron portcullis which has been lowered, and the town looks very well fortified. The river is indeed very formidable, probably 20 or 30 feet across, and it's rushing along at a very good clip that if you went into this river, you would probably be swept away by its current. And the very large portcullis is, as I said, currently raised. Of course, there's a bridge which is meant to meet the portcullis, but it only goes about 10 feet out into the river, and then it immediately ends because, of course, the portcullis is currently raised. There are no men posted by this part of the bridge, although there are torches that have been left to burn down to their wicks out here, and they are very low as they have been burning for some time, and you can see the torch lights move along the crenellations of the stone wall of Balgraad as, mortal sentries are moving back and forth, holding their torches high against the night and squinting to see if they can see anyone approaching in the distance. Your group has not reached clear sight. You can see that right away. As your normal vampiric senses allow you to see just a little bit better in the dark than most human beings, although any of you with auspex are free to sharpen your senses much more. And yet, as you arrive just outside Balgraad, about 100 yards off, the camera is going to focus in on the four of you, and I'm actually going to turn the scene over to you guys, and we're going to see what happens. Before I do, I should remind you that most of you are covered in blood. Most of you look pretty horrific. You look like you've been set upon. It's unsure if that blood is yours or someone else's, and some of you who took hits from the brigands, your clothes are torn, and you don't arrive in Balgraad in pristine condition. So I'll turn the scene over to you guys now.
Valentino, seeing that they've more or less arrived, kind of stops to turn to the group. We cannot very well enter the city looking like we were in a slaughter without some explanation, and I believe the most likely answer is to present ourselves as merchants that survived an ambush, who has lost their cart. And that is why we travel here in the middle of the night seeking refuge.
I do not think they would believe that we survived it on our own. We should tell them our group was bigger.
Yes. We are the lone survivors of a pack of merchants coming through. As long as we all keep that story straight, we should be fine.
I have a counter offer, if you are willing to hear it.
I owe you at least that much.
Us three, and he motions to himself and Valentino and Diego. We are bodyguards for the miss here. We were set upon, and we defended her.
Diego looks himself up and down, and then looks at Gehrman as if to say, "Are you serious?"
I believe they may believe that you were a bodyguard. I don't know if that will pass for the two of us.
Don't be modest, Diego. That thrust was mighty fine.
But his strength does not come from anything wholesome that a human could see. It comes from our new nature. We do not appear to be warriors.
Valentino's mention of their unwholesome nature causes Diego's face to drop again, and he looks sullen.
And then Gehrman turns to Valentino and kind of nods. Very well. We'll go with your plan.
And what is Julietta doing as the three are discussing this? You there, Sam?
Julietta takes in what they're saying, and she kind of interjects.
Nope, I think we lost Sam. Hello?
Hi.
There you go.
Welcome back. Sorry,
Okay.
were you trying to roleplay throughout that scene? I was wondering why you were quiet.
Yeah, I was saying that. It's okay. I don't know what it is. Skype just doesn't work in my mother's new apartment. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Throughout this, she kind of was listening to them talk, and she probably interjects at one point and says that she, doesn't look much of a lady at this point for anyone to be bodyguarding. I mean, she's not wearing the proper attire, and even though she's probably out of the three of them looks the most presentable, considering she didn't really get a lick of blood on her. She still doesn't look like a noteworthy lady. So
So she objects.
no, she goes along with the plan that they're gonna do. I mean, they're gonna do Valentino's plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so she remains silent.
yeah. Well, I told you, I said she interjected at one point and said that it wouldn't have made sense for them to do
Okay.
Chairman's plan. Yeah.
Got it.
There's
Valent.
one problem. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We're not showing any injury whatsoever.
The blood is from our companions.
Yes, but her clothing is ripped as if cut by blades. Which indeed it was.
Then it seems best not to dawdle too long.
Yes, it's dark. If we keep our cloaks close to us and they do not look very closely, and we do not tarry, I think that inspection will go unnoticed. Or we could tear it. Attempt to tear the cloth a little bit more. Appear to be the wear and tear of escaping through the mountainside. Though I'm not fond of further tearing my clothes.
I wonder, should we wish it, could we inflict injury on ourselves that would not heal immediately?
I'll not add self-mutilation to my sins tonight.
Also, it does not appear that we bleed as we naturally used to.
That much is certain. He hit me square with his weapon, and it healed as if nothing had happened.
I'm going to add a few additional tears to these clothes to make it less clear that I have been stabbed.
All right. Where is everyone looking currently? Are you just kind of congregating about 100 yards off, talking with each other?
Yeah, I assume we stopped before we were in sight of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the assumption.
So yeah, and Valentino's going to try and feeling the hole where he was stabbed in the chest and the side, kind of like draw it down so it looks more like it could have been a natural tear, as best as he is able to do that.
Garamond will follow suit and start and tear off the sleeves from where he was cut in the arm. He'll tear off all the sleeves on his arm and just try to make it look a little more natural and ragged.
Well then, if we're ready, I will go and hail the guard, see if we can't get in.
Where's Diego and Julieta looking?
Diego, being a perceptive sort, is kind of letting his eyes wander a bit.
Julietta, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Julietta is, she gives a nod to Valentino, and she kind of lets her eyes linger over to what's the place called?
Balgraad.
Yeah, Balgrad. She's looking over there and taking in the sight of it and just waiting for them to move forward.
And that's actually when you catch sight, Julietta, of a figure approaching the four of you um, from the direction of the road to Balgrad. You're the first to see him. It's very clearly a him you can see as he gets closer. Um, as he walks in your direction, he's not moving as though he's attempting to conceal himself or sneak up on the four of you. He looks like someone who is just simply approaching. And of course, you can hear the babbling of the Morsul River nearby, because I remembered I had that sound effect. And as you see this man approaching you, he appears to be quite well dressed, actually. He has kind of a long, flowing black hair, and he's dressed in the splendor of what could only be a state official or a diplomat of some sort, and it takes you off guard seeing him. He does look quite handsome and quite well dressed for this time of night. He's got an ermine mantle and a heavy fur-lined cloak, and there's beneath his cloak there's a long, flowing black surcoat with a dragon that is stitched on the front in red, and he's also wearing a highly ornamented belt around his waist. And as he approaches, the other well, actually, as you catch sight of him, Julietta, what do you do?
Well, as she's the first to see him, and he approaches and he gets closer, she can take in his appearance. And is he handsome?
Oh, yes, very, very handsome.
Well, then she can admire that, and she sees his splendor in his clothing, and for a split second, she's kind of envious because she's wearing these like simple, pieces of clothing that is just so unflattering on her, and she kind of envies him for a moment, and a little bit of a pout kind of surfaces um, inwardly. Uh, but eventually she would kind of look back at her comrades and say, "Someone's approaching," and looks back over to him.
Is this man coming from Balgraad?
He's coming from the direction of Balgrad. You're not sure exactly where he came from, but as Julietta calls your attention to him, yes, he is indeed walking up the road from the direction of Balgrad.
Valentino kind of turns to look and sees this man coming. He's just waiting right now to see if he continues to walk up to the group.
He does indeed. He is approaching you with a pardon me. He's approaching you with a very slow, determined pace, not moving too quickly, not moving too slowly. He's just one step after the other, carrying himself with a very regal air, and should arrive close enough to speak to you very shortly. How are Diego and Gehrman reacting?
Gehrman is standing at the ready, with his hand still on the sword he took from the brigands, in case of other attackers.
Diego will actually look at the man and try to preemptively greet him. He tries to think back on the languages that they speak in this part of the world, and he'll try German, actually. Guten Abend, sprichst du Deutsch?
And as you call that out to him, the man smiles faintly, and then he says in near perfect Italian, "I was to understand that you spoke this language," which all four of you naturally understand.
Diego's eyes drift to Valentino immediately.
Sir, good evening. Who, what do you mean you were to expect? How are we expected here?
The man pauses for a moment. He stops a good 10 feet from you. He doesn't come too close, although he stands there with both of his hands clasped around his front so you can see where his hands are. And as he does so, the hem of his cloak drifts back just a bit, and you can see the handle of a curved saber sheathed at his side. Although the weapon could be easily concealed if he wished it so, he's clearly making no effort to hide the weapon from you. He conducts himself. You see right away this man carries himself with confidence, but not arrogance, and there's a certain obsequiousness, but not humility about him, if that makes sense. He seems to regard the four of you with a a faintly welcoming smile, although there is some vague air of menace about him, as he bows at the waist. My master told me to expect the four of you to be speaking Italian. That is what many of the visitors to this land speak these days. Forgive me, allow me to introduce myself, my friends. I am Mathias Kronkvist. I am the Chancellor of House Balgraad and representative of the Lord of these lands.
And how is it that your master knew to expect us at this time of night, here at this point?
My master is aware of a great many things that goes on in his lands. I... Matthias pauses before looking over the four of you. Indeed, the stories are true. Did you fall upon someone on your travels, or were you fallen upon?
We
He seems
were,
to be noting the blood on you.
we were in fact assaulted by a group of brigands not terribly long ago, earlier this evening.
Matthias has a somewhat vaguely cruel smirk pull at one corner of his lips. I imagine they regretted that very much.
As did we. He's kind of giving him a skeptical look.
And how are the other three of you taking in Matthias as he converses with Valentino?
Diego is watching quietly and appraisingly. He's trying to see if this man has any of the qualities that he's seen in his companions. Something that would give him away.
Okay.
And he will be using aspects for that as well, almost instinctually.
Okay, and as you sharpen your senses and study Matthias, go ahead and make a either perception occult or perception medicine, or perhaps perception empathy. Which one would you use?
Empathy, I'd imagine.
Okay, empathy is going to be a bit higher difficulty. That's going to be because you're just going off his movements and his general appearance and behavior. So that's going to be perception, empathy. Difficulty is only going to be 7, though, because you're using aspects. And as Diego studies on...
Gehrman will also be standing at the ready, allowing Valentino to speak and converse with the man. But he will be sizing up the man and seeing if he's any sort of a threat, or if he catches anything sort of suspicious about him.
Okay, and so you're going to be studying him?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you the same opportunity to roll what Scott did. You can roll perception occult, medicine, or empathy.
He's going to go with occult.
Okay. The difficulty is going to be 7.
I suppose Valentino would make a similar gauge of the man as he's talking to him and looking him up and down skeptically.
Okay.
With perk empathy.
Okay, that'll be difficulty 8.
Okay. Well, you'll have to forgive us, friend. We are naturally skeptical of someone who comes in the middle of the night at such a late hour, who seems to know a great deal more about us than we of him.
And as the 3 men, as Valentino speaks up and the 3 men are studying him, what is Julieta doing as she takes in this stranger?
She's just kind of looking him over and curious as to what he's doing out in the outskirts of the city and who his lord is. And has he mentioned the lord's name?
No, he did not. He only referred to him as his master.
Okay, so of course at some point she is probably going to interject this conversation that they're having with him and says, "Does your lord have a name?"
Yes. My lord is the esteemed current heir of House Bazarab, the ruler of Romania and these lands that you walk upon. He is apprised of a great many things that go on, as I mentioned. His lands are beset on all sides by demons and monsters, and my lord would endeavor to learn as much as he can about them. Many of the people of this land are ignorant, fearful of the creatures of the night, but my lord is not so. Though he is not like yourself, he is indeed the legitimate ruler of these lands, not a Canaanite like unto thee. And as he says this, you realize that this man is very clearly in the know of somehow, as that word is not commonly known. It was not even known to you, Gehrman, when you were with the Inquisition, and you were aware of the existence of vampires. I have been sent to greet the 4 of you and to ascertain if a beneficial relationship can be gained between us.
Gehrman will step forward and speak up. Yes, but I do not believe there was an answer to the lady's question.
Yes, of course. Mathias bows his head. It is not as if he is an unknown man, but the lord of these lands, his name is Lord Tepes III, called the Son of the Dragon in these parts.
I've heard of him.
And if anybody possesses politics, you can make an intelligence politics roll as he speaks that name.
Ooh, I do.
All right, I'll relay the results of your rolls. All right, you guys have received the results of your rolls. Obviously, more successes get you more information.
That's quite a powerful man to take an interest in our group. What kind of relationship did he have in mind?
Matthias bows his head obsequiously. My lord would know of the creatures that rule the night in his lands. He is most interested to help thy current endeavors. He is, of course, aware through our spies that there are a great number of these fiends entering our lands and impinging upon his sovereign hospitality. There are a great many even in Balgraad, just down the road here. We do not know where or what purpose they might have here. We do understand that you are among them, and so it should be a show of no small gesture of good faith that I appear before you, alone and defenseless, Canaanites. I only wish to represent the interests of my lord and to see if we might aid you. But of course, we expect something in return, information, primarily, of what are the goings-on of the Canaanites in this land. Romania is... These are hard times for our people. Matthias finally finishes, as though having difficulty phrasing that. But might I ask of you in your business in my lord's lands, if you would permit me to be so bold?
What would Lord Tepes know of our endeavors into this land?
That is primarily what I am here to ascertain, my lord. You are Canaanites, yes?
That seems not to have escaped you or your lord's notice.
Indeed.
Julie,
Matthias pauses.
Julietta kind of sighs and rolls her eyes at this point. She can tell her male comrades are a little bit uneasy around this gentleman and whatever he's offering, and she's growing quite tired of the chase. She just wants to get to where they need to be, so she speaks up and looks directly over at this gentleman and says, "We are looking for someone, or several someones."
Ah, and they are Canaanites like yourself.
Not like us, Diego says, almost wanting to spit.
But they are not men. Matthias nods as Julietta answers. And your business with them, is it of a violent nature?
Our business
We
with...
hope not.
Go ahead.
Julietta says, "We hope not." Almost matter-of-factly.
Our business with them is our business. We do not expect to cause any trouble for you or your lord while we conduct that business.
Well, this is where it becomes a bit... my lord Sepish has bid me to rid his lands of these Canaanites and their influence upon his people. Your very nature feeds upon our people, of course, and it is a concern to my lord. It naturally is also something of a monumental task to rid such strong creatures. Matthias finally says, phrasing very carefully, And perhaps some of you can notice and understand why Matthias was sent to treat with you, as he seems to be experienced in diplomacy, and he's dancing around the fact that you're vampires very expertly, so as to not
Julietta sees this too, and she can't help but smirk.
so as to not offend.
Right.
We only wish to lend support. It is our understanding that one group of Canaanites is at, well, contesting with another group in our lands. That is all our intelligence has provided so far. I would learn more from you and understand which side you represent, and if we can at all tip the balance with our levies and our men-at-arms.
Gammon will step forward. You can believe that our presence here is a means to that exact end. Although the information we can give you at this time is uncertain. You may tell your lord that our presence here will achieve those goals, but you must leave it to Canaanite business.
Yes, well, that is the concern of my Lord Tepes. He does not wish to see demons tearing each other apart in the streets, where his people might be caught in the crossfire. We only mean to end this conflict as quickly and as bloodlessly as possible, and make no mistake, my dear friends. Matthias bows again at the waist and lowers his head. I am here only to offer assistance in tilting the balance of this conflict in one direction or another. I have at my command a full company of knights. They are nearby, not here in Balgraad, but less than a day's ride. I can have them summoned here to assist you in your conflict. But in return for our aid, of course, my only interest is in garnering more information about your kind, and so that we might understand each other better.
Then you may tell your lord that we may require your assistance, but we must gather further intel before such a command or a call for aid is needed.
Understandable, my lord.
But be certain, as he steps forward to Mathias, things will get worse before they get better.
At the present moment, I believe it makes the most sense for us to enter Balgraad and find lodging for the end of the evening. Perhaps we can discuss this with your lord at greater length tomorrow to see exactly what can be arranged, rather than here on the streets in tatters.
Forgive me, my Canaanite friends. My Lord Tepes, for obvious reasons, does not wish to put him within arm's length of vampire. Mathias smiles apologetically. I am not of such high value as my esteemed Lord Tepes. I can be risked, and I do so willingly for my country. And at this, you see, you realize, perhaps, the courage that it must have taken Mathias to come here and meet with you is, by every account, he appears to be perfectly human. You know that he has no defense, and the sword at his side would not save him from the four of you. And he seems to know that. He's not making any effort to hide his weapon or appear threatening at all. But I cannot bring you within a stone's throw of my Lord Tepes. I apologize for that. But he is understandably concerned for his safety.
That is perfectly reasonable. Perhaps then just if lodgings can be made or arranged for us, and we can continue the discussion with you tomorrow evening.
That is, of course, where we arrive to my last point, the issue which I primarily meant to raise with the four of you. We are now speaking in Italian, but no one in this town of Balgraad speaks Italian. excepting perhaps the fiends that are within. You will never be able to gain entrance with your outlander accents and your shoddy clothing, Mathias says, pardoning my abruptness, of course. But these sentries will not permit you in, particularly not after the sun has gone down. They are not entirely ignorant of the demons that prowl the Transylvanian night. I, however, carry this. And Mathias produces a scroll from within the folds of his cloak, and you can see a seal, and if any of you are using Auspex for your sight, you can see in the seal there is the shape of a dragon stamped upon it. This is a writ of passage in Romagna, bearing the mark of my Lord Tepes. With it, you might move about the lands with little trouble, at least not from my lord's men. And additionally, I would also offer this, as well as my services, to the four of you. I speak many of the languages in this land and am familiar with its terrain as well as its people. And Magyar is my mother tongue. I can translate for you as well. My only requirement in return for this generosity shown to you by my Lord Tepes is that you provide us with, as I said, information and keep us apprised of the conflicts that go on in this land. Honesty is most crucial, however. We must trust each other if we are to help each other.
Valentino is going to activate presence, and I'll roll for it. As I say this next thing, let me send you a roll.
All right. And you spend a blood point to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And the difficulty, I think, because this is awe you're using, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, difficulty's going to be 7.
Mathias, I entirely agree that trust is necessary for this agreement, relationship to flourish. If we could just begin by obtaining somewhere to stay before dawn, and then we can discuss what we know with you.
Mathias nods. And he even smiles a bit. That is most agreeable to me. I had hoped to hear of your cooperation. I know my Lord Tepes will be very pleased indeed to hear that we have an understanding. Believe me when I say that my interests, as well as the interests of my lord, is only for the protection of his people. He fights the Turk, but there are other influences in his land that are beyond his reach. We are not comfortable with our lack of security for our people who are being fed upon as sheep before the wolves. Surely you have some sympathy with our plight. You do not wish to see the innocent people of Romania victimized?
Absolutely not, and that is why you can trust in my word that we will uphold our end.
Excellent. I prepared a place for your stay within Balgraad, and I am happy to show you there. I, of course, will be staying with you as your translator. I hope my presence is not strongly objected to.
On the contrary, I'm sure it'll be very welcome.
Excellent, my lord. I am happy to be at your disposal, then. Mathias bows once more and then turns to walk down the road towards Balgraad, his heavy cloak trailing behind him. And you see him walk only a few feet off towards the road and disappear beneath a tree, with the shadows playing, hiding the moonlight from the shadows of the tree. And he leads a horse that had been hidden rather, out from the shadows, and he leads it away and turns to mount the animal, sitting in the saddle and putting his boots into the stirrups before beckoning to the four of you with one hand and guiding the reins around as he pulls the horse in the bridle and spurs it forward in a slow trot towards Balgraad.
Valentino follows after him, looking behind him at the rest of the group, assuming with a kind of knowing look.
Diego follows as well, but looks concerned.
Yes, Gehrman will follow, although the look on his face is of tension. He knowingly shows on his face that he's not comfortable with the idea of introducing so many important players.
Diego will hold out his arm for Julieta if she'll take it again.
Julieta takes it. She's a little bit perturbed that this gentleman did not offer her a ride on his horse. She knows she's a vampire, but it's almost like that's all she is now. And she kind of is trying to get used to that as she takes hold of Diego's arm and kind of lets out somewhat of a sigh and follows suit after everyone.
And Mathias seems to be keeping his distance from the four of you. You don't know whether out of fear or caution, but he does keep a good 10 feet away from the four of you as he leads you towards Balgraad. He does motion with one hand as he approaches the bridge, and he actually guides his horse up the slope of the bridge and rests there, just on the edge, over the Mortisul River. And as he pauses, he wraps the leather reins around his gloved hands and calls out to the sentries, "Nisakia kaputa nevet basarab!" And they hear his call through the night, and you hear other calls, "Nisa! Nisa!" And they motioning with their hands. You can't tell what they're saying, but eventually the clank of chains and the grinding of steel against stone as the portcullis is raised and the drawbridge actually lowers as you have, apparently by his call, gained entrance into Balgraad. And as the drawbridge lowers and affixes itself to the bridge, spanning the distance of the Mortisul River, Mathias urges with a gentle pressure of his heels his horse forward in a trot into the city.
Valentino continues across, watching the water flow as he goes.
Diego crosses on as well, feeling unsure. He's never been among so many mortals in his current state. He's hoping he can keep control.
Julieta follows Diego. Her eyes locked on the back of... how do you say his name?
Mathias.
Mathias. Yeah.
And as the four of you follow Mathias into Balgraad, you see that Balgraad is a very tightly knit collection of buildings with very narrow, winding cobblestone roads. and streets. There's really no rhyme or reason to the patterns of the streets. It looks like a city that just was not planned. It just grew organically as buildings were constructed and streets just naturally evolved around them. And as a result, the town is very twisting and the streets are very narrow. Um, but there's very, very few buildings higher than even a single story here, although a few are. And actually, Balgrad is a fairly old town. You can see that some of these buildings, as it is custom to chisel the date of their construction into the stone, were built almost 80 years ago. It's a fairly older town. And you can see it's also it has a military air about it. It's of course one of the westernmost towns in Hungary or in Romania, I should say, and serves as a bulwark, no doubt, against the armies of Hungary further to the north. Um, there are regular patrols here. You can see as you look around. Um, Although it's not thick with men, the streets are not thick with armed men at arms, but they're mostly around the perimeter of the wall, watching by torchlight. Although there is um, one or two footmen you can see moving around with pike in hand and a torch as well, making sure that the streets are clear. Most people are indoors, and you can see lights flickering in the windows, and there are very few people out in the streets this time of night. Although occasionally, sometimes you can see someone quickly shuffling along, moving from place to place. Very few people seem eager to remain out of doors at night. And as Mathias rides forward through the streets of Balgrad, he leads you to actually one of the few two-story buildings in this town. And also I should have mentioned, you can see the spires of a cathedral off in the distance towards the very eastern edge of the city. The cathedrals usually they just tower above all the other buildings. You can see them even from a distance. But this small stone manor house that he's brought you to appears to be fairly simple and out of the way, although just a touch above what your average merchant can expect. It's rather nice. It's the sort of place you would want to live here, and if you were to stay in Balgrad. Mathias stops his horse outside the manor house and dismounts the animal, lashing its reins to the post outside, and motions to the four of you and bows, gesturing to the manor house. This is the place that has been prepared for my Lord Tepes' guests. It is not... Mathias trails off, looking at the four of you. It is not fortified against your concerns. Very clearly he is speaking of sunlight, although dancing around that as well seems to be his wont to do so. Although there is a cellar, you will find the door near the back of the manor house. I'm to understand the cellar is quite comfortable. There are also fresh clothes, and I'm not sure if you eat, but there's food as well.
Valentino can't help but smirk, but he bows respectfully at Mathias' presentation of the home.
Come, my friends. He motions to the four of you or to the house, and with that, there's a heavy iron handle, and he pulls it open, steps inside.
Valentino follows in after him.
Garamond slowly steps forward and, gauging the house, looking it over carefully, he'll slowly begin to step forward and ease his way through the door.
As is his wont, Diego is actually taking a peek at the architecture as he enters the building.
It appears to be very solidly constructed, Diego. You can definitely see there's a German influence to it. with its square, sturdy structure and the foundation of the double stone foundation, which is not very common in this part of Europe. It's clearly something taken from the from German influence in its architecture, but a fairly new building. It's not one of the older buildings here in Balgraad. And
I like this place.
as you say that, Matthias smiles, and he's actually moving around the room inside, lighting the tapers. It's a well furnished room, not lavish, but the house inside can be described as comfortable. There's a few pieces of furniture. There's even a rug on the floor, a very nice rug, and there's a fireplace which is cold as of the moment, but there is wood nearby, and a fire could easily be built. There are candles and tapers in the walls to light the interior, and Matthias is setting about doing this as he takes a moment. He appears to have a tinder box with him that he's actually lit the tapers with. He just scrapes the flint against the steel, and the sparks light the ends of the tapers, and he's going about the room doing this. The basement should serve... The cellar should serve as a suitable refuge for you away from the dawn. It is true that you cannot be out in the sun's embrace, yes?
That is in fact true. So the cellar is much appreciated.
I will be here, above ground. I will be saying that this is my home, should we have any visitors. Do you expect any visitors? Matthias looks at the four of you inquisitively as he finishes lighting the last of the tapers, and the soft glow of the light illuminates the room that the four of you have been brought to.
If those we seek were to come looking, I don't think they'll knock.
Indeed. Would you have a seat and converse with me for a moment, or do you wish to retire immediately?
I could spare a few moments. He takes a seat nearby.
How long is it until the dawn?
A little while. An hour, perhaps, 2? Matthias shrugs.
Then you can have me that long.
I am grateful. Thank you, my lord. Would you begin by giving me the honor of your names? Matthias says as he takes a seat in one of the nearby chairs near the fireplace.
Valentino de Valla. He gives a slight nod while seating.
Diego will let Julieta go first.
Julieta is actually circling the room, kind of forlornly. There's something about her gaze that looks a little saddened. She's thinking of home and her villa that she owned, that she had worked for, where she had her son, and she's just kind of wrapped up in that moment of missing her home, and she kind of she can hear what they're talking about, but it sounds to her at a distance as she kind of circles about the room slowly and lets her little nimble fingers kind of trace along the edges of furniture and odds and ends here and there. So when she's addressed, she'll speak her name, but for now she's quiet.
Diego actually has his eyes on her expectantly. Whether she notices or not, it's up to her.
Probably another moment passes before she kind of feels Diego's gaze on her, and she kind of stops abruptly and looks over at him, and she sees that he's actually waiting for her to speak up and address the others, and quickly she says, I am Julieta. She says it in a way that's like a little bit taken aback, like she didn't realize people were like watching her. So
And I am Diego Vasquez de Sevilla. Or I was.
Matthias nods. He's looking at each of you in turn, studying the four of you.
Looking up from his seat, he was kind of hunched over, peering at his own hands. Gammon looks up through his hair and addresses, I am Father Gammon.
A vampire priest? Matthias looks somewhat surprised.
Priest of my own free will. Vampire. As he just kind of looks back down to his hands.
Matthias is lingering on your word. He's looking at you.
Valentino gets comfortable in his seat, obviously trying to appear to be relaxed. Tell me, Matthias, what do you know already?
Very little. We do know of the activities of Canaanites in my lord's lands, and it is my task, of course, to uncover the truth of their nature and of their desires. But you say this was done to you against your will. Is that true? You made no pact with the devil?
The devil had no say here. Nor did we.
Gammon kind of scoffs in the corner as he leans back in his chair. Even though some of us were a little more willing.
Valentino just rolls his eyes at the comment.
There's no use keeping the truth from you. The ones who made us are here, under your noses.
Matthias does not look surprised, although he frowns with a nod. We suspected there were Canaanites in Balgraad. We do not know exactly where. Do you know where they hide?
We were hoping you might be able to help us with that.
And actually, as an out-of-character reminder to you guys do know where you're supposed to meet them.
Diego is specifically keeping that from him, though.
We as of yet have no knowledge of where they might be. Attacks are the only way we can determine the presence of vampire. Of course, Lord Tepes could have called the Inquisition, but that only sends the creatures to the ground. They are rarely caught by the church. Meaning no offense, Father. Matthias looks to Gammon.
Gammon just leans back in his chair and just shakes his head.
But it is most interesting. This was done to you against your will. Do you have all of your memories? Am I not speaking with demons in human flesh, or are you yourselves?
We still retain our memories, though the transformation has different effects on each of us.
And how was this done to you?
Let me first ask you, where have these attacks been happening?
Matthias shrugs. All throughout the land, I'm afraid. The woods are thick with Canaanites. We suspect that some of the Canaanites in this land, they turn many villagers, transform them, and set them loose in the woods when they want to discourage uninvited guests. Any of our knights trying to investigate them have been set upon. Many have not survived. And of course, we cannot simply comb through hundreds of miles of wilderness with fully armed knights. So it is more important to ascertain where this is coming from. We also suspect that many more of them have enslaved the lesser nobility to their wills, although we do not know how they do this. We thought that perhaps they may be threatening them, using the fear of their families or perhaps their own worthless lives to get them to turn against my Lord Tepes. But the compulsion seems to be stronger than that. We recently acquired one minor noble who had been in service to a Canaanite and put him to a very hard question, if you understand my meaning, and even then he did not betray the location of his master. I have never seen such loyalty. I am confused and lost as to how they could compel such obedience from men.
Then we must warn you, there is much we ourselves don't know.
Mathias smiles somewhat wistfully. Then perhaps we might uncover the truth together.
Julietta speaks up after that, and kind of addresses what Mathias said about the young gentleman that he spoke of only a minute ago, and she says, but we might have some idea how he got the young man to be under his will.
Oh?
What was it called again? She kind of looks to the three of them, trying to think back and remember what Rodrigo had told them that he was.
Garamond will split the air from the darkness of his corner. He was a ghoul.
Yes, a ghoul. He was most likely ghouled.
A ghoul? A vampire? Of course, the Hungarian word for ghoul is vampire, so the translation is very clearly confusing him.
No. She shakes her head a little bit, and she steps closer to the four of them now, because she was kind of off to the side of it. He was ghouled, so his master fed him his blood, and some sort of bond takes place and enslaves the man.
Ah, he was fed vampiric blood.
Correct.
That's very interesting.
Garamond will
Mathias.
stand and walks over to the ear of Valentino and whispers very, very, very low so that only he and Valentino can hear. We must speak, all of us.
Mathias doesn't seem to take notice of your whispering. In fact, he's looking at Julietta with a knitted brow and very curious. And so, the men who drink the blood of these creatures are their slaves.
Valentino kind of interrupts. Mathias, would you excuse us for a moment? My companions and I have something to discuss that my friend here just reminded me of. I hope you'll forgive the interruption.
Ah, is my presence is subjected to, then?
No, there is just simply something I had not considered that I've been reminded of that we must discuss, if you'll excuse us for a moment.
Mathias bows his head obsequiously and rises from his seat and turns to walk towards the door of the house. I shall depart then. I must visit with the local magistrate and inform him of my presence in Balgraad. No doubt I will have to wake him, or perhaps disturb his husbandly rights. Mathias smirks. But the business of Lord Tepes does not wait for no man. Mathias opens the door and glances back at the four of you. I will return after dawn and ensure that none disturb your slumber. He bows and turns to go.
Valentino nods and then waits for the doors to close.
And indeed, unless someone stops him, Mathias closes the door, and you can see out of the windows that there's only really 2 windows on this floor facing the outside, and you can see even through the stained glass that he has mounted his horse and has turned to trot off into the night.
What's on your mind, Father?
It only just occurred to me. But it is the words of Raphael de Corazon. Do you remember?
They came to my mind as well.
We are unwillingly, but we are yet under their service. And it is our presence here because of this. So, would it not suit to follow their rules?
And not say too much, you mean?
Precisely. I believe Corazon called it the Masquerade.
Yes. I was remiss to give him any information he did not seem to already possess. The less we share, the better, if we can avoid sharing.
I agree, but it seems we have already fed him some information. This may suffice as a bond of trust, so that maybe he will aid us in our needs, only to find out more. But we must decide now if our hands remain empty should he come calling again.
It is not a lie to say that we are all new to vampirism. This condition has many odd and queer, strange qualities to it. Whatever we seem to believe we know could simply be an artifact. Therefore, if he is to ask us any more information, it would not be a lie to say that we are not certain of the qualities of vampirism beyond what we've said. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I do.
He kind of looks around at Diego and Julieta for understanding.
Diego nods.
Julieta shrugs, but she doesn't counter with anything, so therefore she is agreeing.
Hopefully that will suffice then.
It may. Though I know this Lord Tepes III, his reputation precedes him.
Yes, I'm familiar with several of his exploits as well. He's an impressive individual. We'd best not to make enemies with him if we can avoid that.
Good. Cameron will come away from the wall and head back over to where he was sitting to grab his sword. Then we shall retire. Yes?
We should find a way to block the door from the inside, in case.
And actually, as the four of you set about inspecting this home, you find a stone staircase which leads up to the second floor. There's actually just one very large room up there, clearly used as a bedroom. There's a bed, and if any of you head up to the second floor, there's a bed and a wash bucket and a trunk full of clothes of different make. There's also an armoire against the far wall, made of a very simple walnut, and there is two rooms. The first floor is divided into two rooms. One is clearly an area meant for eating and preparing food, and the second is the room which you had been speaking in. There is a cellar door in the second room where clearly food is meant to be stored. It's like a larder of some kind, and it is a little tight down there, but it's only a room of like 5 by 10 feet, but the four of you can fit in there with some comfort. I mean, there's like sacks of rice and potatoes and things in the way, but it's definitely proof against the sun. Although, after studying the trap door, you can see there is a way where you could perhaps hold it shut. All you would have to do is perhaps tie something to the handle from the inside and tie that to something else. It's you could rig something. And so we'll enter into like a montage of what the four vampires are going to do for the rest of the evening. There's only a little time left before dawn. We'll start with Gehrman. What does Gehrman go about doing for the rest of the night?
Gehrman will make sure that the fire is out, and then he'll go into the basement and find a suitable place to lay for the day, keeping his sword close to him as he lays down in the dank cellar, waiting for sleep or whatever it is to grip him.
And what does Valentino do?
Valentino goes down, and at first he searches the pantry and makes sure that he can't find any garlic.
There is actually no garlic down here.
Then he's content to find somewhere to lay down. As uncomfortable as it is, it's secure, at least. And he rests for the day also.
And what does Julietta do for the rest of the evening?
Julietta kind of explores the house. She takes note of where the small cellar is that the others have already headed towards, and she looks within the area where the food is prepared, and she kind of walks about, and then she heads up the staircase to the second floor where the large bedroom is, and she kind of circles about that room for a few moments and traces her fingers over different objects within the room. Is there any artwork or any paintings or anything hanging about, or?
No, the decor of this home is fairly bare. It doesn't look as though someone regularly lives at this home. It appears to be some kind of home that you think might be held in reserve. It reminds you of some of the manners that the Medici would have in other cities, but they hardly ever lived there, only when they were visiting that particular city. That's immediately what comes to your mind. Although there are nice rugs on the floor. There's one on the second floor and also one on the first.
She traces her toes within her slippers kind of against the rug, and her mind is kind of just wandering about to her home and everything she's left behind, and now she's here with these strangers, and um, it's just one thing after another that they have to keep doing in order to get to the end of this journey. And um, just from everything that happened this night, I'm sure everyone picked up on at least a little bit of the fact that she's hasn't been quite there. She's just kind of like wayward this evening, and um, she does know that she's been acting a little odd here and there as well, and she's not quite sure why. Um, but she sums it up to her condition, and it's just taking a toll on her. And um, she eventually just wanders back downstairs and just tries to clear her head before she heads to the cellar, and reminds herself that she's doing everything she can at this point for her son, and that is the end goal for her. So she will depart to the cellar and find a little corner for herself and just kind of like curl herself into a ball and try and get some sleep during the day for the next night that awaits them.
And what does Diego do?
Diego does the same thing almost with exploring the house. Not for the same reason to feel, some kind of shade of the past, but just for practical reasons. He's looking for rope to secure the cellar door, and he's looking for a new set of clothing that Matthias promised them.
You do manage to find rope fairly easily. It is actually in the second room on the first floor, the room for preparing and eating food. There is a coil of rope down there, and there's also clothes in the trunk and armoire upstairs. The clothes aren't much better in quality from what you were already given by Hardestot, but they're clean and they're free of any tears.
That's exactly what he's looking for. He wants to feel somewhat human again.
There is also a a wash bucket, as I mentioned, on the second floor. Although the water there has long turned ice cold, it's not been heated at all, and was perhaps left there from the last inhabitant of this room.
He'll wrinkle his nose at that, but leave it alone. Once he has some new clothes and the rope, he'll go downstairs, once everybody's down there, see if he can rig up a way to latch it.
Yeah, it won't take a roll to do so. It's a relatively straightforward thing. The handle on the inside of the trap door is a sturdy iron ring, and it's easy enough to knot the rope around the ring and attach the rope to something heavy.
It won't protect us from K-Knight strength, but it should give us some sense of safety.
Is there any dialogue before you wish to engage in before you rest for the evening?
No, Garamond is content where he's at, and he's.
Julieta looks over to Diego as he ties the knot on the latch, and she says, "Thank you, Diego," kind of softly, and she gives him like kind of a gentle smile, but sleep is kind of coming over her quickly. She's very tired.
Valentina's content to wait for dawn.
And so the four of you do. Dawn comes and goes. And we see, once again, the camera pulls out and we see the manor house and we fly high above Balgraad and we see the buildings and the people, and the time lapse speeds up and we see the heavens moving with the passage of time, the sun crossing the sky, and the people going about their business like ants zipping back and forth in the of the sped up time lapse for that next day. And we see the sun go down as well, and in the course of the day, the sun finally dips below the horizon, and everyone can go ahead and make a humanity roll to see who wakes up first. You also, the minute you rise, you will lose a blood point.
What's a humanity roll?
You just roll your humanity.
Okay. Is that a whisper?
Nope.
Ooh.
Or no, yeah, it's a secret GM roll. Yeah, use ST dice. All right, Julietta, you are the first to rise this evening. As soon as the sun disappears below the horizon, your eyes snap open.
As her eyes open, she gradually sits up and she looks about the room at the others. She does feel very much awake. And after a moment, she stands and begins to dust herself off and takes her right hand and lifts it up to her hair and kind of coils at her curls and tries to fix her hair a little bit as she waits for the others to emerge.
Gehrman, you are the next to rise.
As Gammon rises, he'll look about the room to see Julietta and the other two sleeping. He'll rise to his feet and grab his sword and then begin heading towards the roped off hatch leading to the cellar.
So you're gonna fiddle with that and try to get it
Yes.
dismantled. Okay. All right, and Valentino, you're the next to rise.
Valentino's eyes snap open, and he sits upright very abruptly, ready to get the evening started. And he's looking at the door also, but he sees that Garyman's already working on it.
All right, and finally, Diego.
Clearly, the events of the night before have taken their toll on Diego because he's the last to awake tonight. But when he does, he just languidly rolls into a sitting position and looks at the others.
All right, the scene is yours.
Gammon will continue to untie the knots of the rope on the hatch door, and once he's finished, he'll push the hatch door open and hoist himself out.
It opens with the creak of a coffin, you think, and as you hoist yourself up on the ladder, there's a little ladder which leads out. You see that the night has well and truly fallen.
As Garamond steps out of the cellar hole off the ladder, he'll scan the room for Mathias.
As you look around, you see there is a flickering of firelight coming from the other room, and you indeed see Mathias is sitting in the high-backed chair, which was near the fireplace, and as he hears the sound of stirring in the other room, you see the man turns to regard you with a nod. He appears to be eating. There is a board of food before him, a small bowl of figs, and there's also a drink at hand, although it's some dark liquid. You're not sure what he's drinking.
Valentino, kind of following up behind Gehrman, steps up to the first level again, and seeing Mathias, he kind of chimes in. I hope that sleeping in the food stores we did not deprive you of a nice meal.
Oh, not at all. I purchased these at market today. The figs are good this year. They, I say they, the people of Balgraad, merchants come by here and sell them from as far away as Cyprus. And he takes a fig and bites into it and chews.
I believe some new clothes are in order. As he looks down on the stained, bloody, torn clothes he's wearing. If you'll excuse me, I will help myself to the garments you offered.
Oh, yes, of course. The armoire and trunk is upstairs. He motions to the stone stairs at the back of the house.
Valentina walks up to the second level to change into new clothes.
Mathias continues to eat, staring into the flames. He looks very pensive, as though he has a lot on his mind. As you imagine a man might have when he's in a room with 4 vampires.
May I try one? He says, looking to the figs. I am quite hungry tonight.
Mathias nods and motions to the bowl of the figs. They look plump and delicious.
Diego will pick one up and look at it. See if he feels any stirring of hunger for this food in his belly.
It smells nice, although it doesn't stir any feelings of hunger or desire in you as you look at it.
And he'll take a bite out of it.
You bite it and the fig enters your mouth.
Chew it pensively.
As you chew, suddenly, actually make a self-control roll, difficulty 8. You barely manage to suppress one of the most powerful gag reflexes you have ever felt. As your entire body heaves and you have to work very hard not to spit this sudden vile taste in your mouth out all over the floor. You feel it's almost like chewing soot. It's a very strange texture, as though the fig had actually changed texture in your mouth, and it's like blackened and tar, and it's like a mouthful of the fireplace is what it tastes like.
He will gently remove it from his mouth.
As you remove the mixture from your mouth, you realize it's no longer anything resembling a fig. In fact, is you have to actually scoop it off your tongue and see that it leaves behind a blackened trail, a black residue which drips down your fingers as you examine it. You see that the fig has actually begun to turn to ash as you pull it from your mouth. You can very clearly see streaks of ash on your fingers and the blackened liquid of it. Mathias is also studying you with just rapt interest.
He considers throwing it in the fire, but then seeing the fire stirs that beast in him. He doesn't want to get much closer to it.
Mathias seems to accommodate you. As to your surprise, he rises from his seat and holds out a hand to offer to take it.
He'll give him a strange look, but he will scoop it off into his hand.
And the Chancellor looks to study the food that has been chewed by you and turns to toss it into the fireplace after a moment.
Forgive me, your lovely fig.
Oh, it is nothing at all. But it appears that they will only eat ashes and iron.
I used to love them as a child, he says wistfully. Mi abuela, my grandmother, would make cookies from them. Biscuits, you might call them. He sighs and sits down.
For I eat ashes as my food and mingle my drink with tears. That was written in the Bible. Mathias says wistfully as he tosses what remains of it into the fire, and then he's wiping his hands upon a napkin that he had with him. It appears as though the blood of the living is the only thing you can consume.
To my horror, he says. And he looks to the others for some kind of support.
And where's Gehrman?
Gehrman is sitting back at his chair that he was last night. He was also studying Diego and this event that has just transpired. He's turned away from them both, supporting his head with his hand as he just closes his eyes gently and just looks away.
And Julieta?
Julieta was the last to ascend from the cellar, and she has made her way into the large room that everyone is currently sitting within, and she kind of caught the last few seconds of Diego's distasteful face when he had to spit out the fig, and she kind of leans against the wall, studying what had happened and looking over to Mathias as he kind of studies the fig that Diego hands over to him and throws it into the fire after a moment. And she crosses her arms and kind of smirks a little bit. I think I'll pass on the figs.
Mathias nods grimly. Although, apparently out of some show of consideration for the three of you, he does not continue to eat. Might you have any idea where you would hunt these others like you in Balgraad?
Gehrman looks at Mathias as he utters his question, but then his eyes quickly dart over to Diego.
Diego seems lost in his own thoughts now. Perhaps thinking back to his grandmother's cookies. Although if his attention is called, he will look up.
Gehrman's eyes will shoot back and forth between Julieta and Gehrman, clearly expecting one of them to answer him.
Mathias seems to be picking up on this silence.
If Valentino is done changing, and he's is that enough time for him to come down?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if you hurried, it depends on what pace he's going at.
I mean, enough to have all the clothes on.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Stepping down. I assume it's not impossible for him to hear the conversation going on, or at least part of it.
The voices are definitely carrying.
Okay, stepping down from the second level, he kind of joins the conversation. We know these Canaanites are in the area, but we do not know where to look yet. And so I believe it is in all of our best interests for the four of us to leave and begin our search, and you may return to your master.
Mathias smiles. And give him what? I have not learned anything note, not of you or the Canaanites in Balgraad. Until I have something to show for my efforts, I fear I will not return to my Lord Tepes. But until that time, I will neither be able to help you in any way, I'm happy, however, to remain here behind if you feel I would be a hindrance to your efforts.
I think that is the safest place for you to be. I can give you my word that we will use the utmost discretion in our search out of respect for your hospitality, but I believe it's safest for you and easiest for us if you stay here then.
Valentino, Diego says, coming out of his little trance. We need him to translate, remember?
So Valentino kind of gives Diego a knowing look, hoping he will just know that Valentino wants the group to leave.
Okay. Diego, make a perception empathy roll.
I was going to say, I don't know if I'm picking it up or not.
While he's giving this look, he'll also add in, it would be good for us to simply get the lay of the town initially. That much we can do on our own.
Mathias nods.
I suppose he's right, Diego says, looking at Valentino. For now.
You are, of course, the one more experienced in these matters. I am far from a monster hunter. But should you require aid or would like to arrange some sort of more direct action, I can arrange that for you. As I said, Lord Tepes is eager to test the limits of these Canaanites, well, the limits of your kind, to see if they can be challenged. Like any military commander, he does not wish to engage them before understanding the strength of his enemy. And as you have enemies which share your condition, we would be very happy to help you.
Valentino nods respectfully.
Good. Mathias returns to his seat. I shall await you here.
Valentino makes for the door.
Gammon will rise and follow suit.
So everyone's following Valentino out into the night?
Yes, though the ever diplomatic Diego does say, we thank you for everything you've done for us. Should we not see you again?
Mathias bows his head. He says no more, but he does seem to appreciate your words. And Giulietta as well?
Sorry. Giulietta, she's probably the last one to leave. She kind of looks over at Mathias. And there's a part of her that wants to go against these others that are around her. And the Lord that he serves is quite powerful. And she, this whole entire time has been needing someone powerful to be on her side so she can get her son back. So the temptation is there to steal a moment with him and kind of put herself in two different lanes, but she decides to hold off on that for now, and she kind of gives him a gentle bow, curtsy, and takes her leave with the others.
God be with you, you hear him say, nodding at you. And as the four of you depart and leave Mathias in the manor house and emerge out into the streets of Balgraad, we're going to freeze time for a second, and I'll point out to you guys that we have now reached the 4-hour mark, the end of our regularly scheduled session. I don't want to stop, but that's me.
I could keep going if I could get a snack.
Oh, if we were to keep going even past our usual time, yeah, we would take another 10. I don't know. You guys want to stop here, or do you want to keep going?
I mean, I'm good. I would like to continue if everyone else wants to.
I'm torn because my brother's making spaghetti. He doesn't live with me. He's invited me over. I'm like,
Oh, he's like in the other room making spaghetti.
No, he's not in the other room. And he's a chef. His spaghetti's really damn good.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. You know, you don't want to miss dinner with your brother.
Damn.
If you guys want, we can get together tomorrow. I don't know what you guys are doing tomorrow.
Actually, I can do that this week.
Nice.
So can I.
I can as well.
Sure.
Sure.
Yay.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Someone from work is on the phone. I just need to take this call real quick.
Okay.
Tell him to go away. We're playing vampire.
Interesting little setup we've got.